Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Tracy Shuchart, Senior Economist, and our Senior Macro Strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, folks.
Good
Good
morning, all.
morning, Jim.
Well, we got an awful lot of stuff to talk about today. We have the mighty Russell ripping and the NASDAQ crashing at the same time. But before we get into it, Shai, what's the news?
All right, so overnight we did have a Qatari LNG ship was struck overnight in the Strait of Hormuz. Now it was traveling on the Omani coast, which is the coast that Iran has said that ships were not allowed to traverse. That is kind of guided by the U.S. And they struck the ship overnight, again breaking the kind of the quiet that we've had over the last few days. Crude is trading higher on this, and we just got word that the vessel is at risk of exploding due to a fire in its engine room. So not very good. U.S. has not said anything, but keep an eye out today at any time. We don't know if the president or CENTCOM issues any kind of warning or retaliatory strikes against the IRGC. So keep that in mind. Samsung reported overnight. Now, it posted an 1,800% jump in profit, but it sank 10%, and shares closed down 7%, but at one time down 10%. Analysts are saying the stock had already priced in a historic quarter for months, and once the number confirmed it, it was significant, but not far beyond what the market had already expected. It was also dragged down by concerns that AI infrastructure spending can't keep growing at the pace that it's been driving memory prices. So again, a little bit of worry there on the infrastructure spending. We have China's DeepSeek came out this morning. Also, they said they were developing their own AI chip that could reduce its reliance on NVIDIA and Huawei chips, which is it's dependent on to train and run its globally popular models. We do have NVIDIA down this morning on that. We have PBOC, China's back buying, central banks buying. I talked about the fundamental backdrop of that for months now. So China's central bank bought more gold in June, extending its longest buying streak since 2015 and underscoring a commitment to diversifying its reserves despite volatility in bullion prices. We have SpaceX is joining the NASDAQ 100 today, and at least 6 brokers, including Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, have started coverage with a buy equivalent rating following the end of the traditional quiet period from analysts from banks that help underwrite the $86 billion initial public offering. So buy ratings out, and NASDAQ and SpaceX is debuting on the NASDAQ 100 today. We have Treasury yields moving higher overnight as investors await trade deficit numbers and, of course, FOMC minutes tomorrow. We do have a 3-year auction today. And then as far as data is concerned, we do have ADP weekly numbers coming out at 8:15, and, of course, that trade balance at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Tracy. So Craig, I mean, we're going in, going into Q3, is this going to be the story where, tech stocks come out with decent earnings, the price drops, NASDAQ breaks, and then the Russell 2000 and other sectors benefit?
I mean, hard to say, right? I mean, what we are seeing is a broad S&P index that has largely been pinned and range bound and kind of back and forth trading between zero data expiry levels. And we know all the supportive flows. We talk about them all the time. We're kind of moving into options expiry next week. So there's a general supportive flow coming there. But what happens is we wind up having just massive dispersion. And so you look in right now, implied correlations for the top single stocks in the S&P 500 is about as low as it's ever been here at 4. Hasn't been this low since July of 2024, right ahead of the quant unwind and yen carry trade unwind. So we'll see what happens there. But basically, what you wind up getting is you get an idiosyncratic single stock or single sector story out overnight or during the day. That leads, student body left trading in one sector and student body right trading in other sectors, right? So overnight, Samsung news is good, positioning is long, stock really gets sold off. So semis, DRAM, memory, everything in tech gets sold. S&P is pinned. Money flows somewhere else. Russell outperforms. Dow outperforms. Banks outperform. And then tomorrow, some other story will come out, and we'll reverse it again. And so that's a kind of dynamic we're in here, particularly into expiry next week. We're about to start earnings season. Not much in the way of earnings this week, but next week on the 14th, we get the big banks starting to report, and then big tech, through the latter half of the month. And so earnings seasons are always fun for crazy trading, and I suspect this one will be no different.
Yeah, I mean, waking up this morning, even the Dow was up. The Dow was up 0.31%. Russell up 0.5% so far. Nasdaq down 1%, and that kind of was like, wow, okay, here we go. So looking at the S&P, as you just kind of mentioned, Craig, we're above the July open, but July just opened. We're below the June open. The June open was at 75.95. Yeah, we're kind of tapping up against it all the time, but it just seems like this is resistance right now, and we're poised for some sideways S&P action. I wouldn't mind getting both your opinions on that.
Look, for me, I think there's folks who believe this is, some sort of healthy rotation where we're shifting capital out of strength and moving into other sectors. I'm not necessarily sure it's evincing that. I think this is just a function of the market structure that we're in now, with the zero data expiry options, with the leverage ETF rebalances that we continue to talk about. We're talking about over 200 billion of assets. 80+% of it is tied into NASDAQ, semis, memory names, big tech. And every day that we go by, we get massive rebalancing into every single close. There was a headline out yesterday, just to give you a degree of magnitude, that Millennium apparently made $3.7 billion last month, two of their trading portfolios, just trading index rebalance alone. And so the numbers here are massive. There's a ton of front running going on. There's clearly algos and quants and systems that are trading this dynamic, and we're getting, violent intraday moves. And then overall, you step back, and like nothing's really going on, which is to your point about the S&P kind of, range bound here, stuck in a range, and that's the dynamic, that we're in. So I'm not necessarily sure it's saying anything about the economy. I think it's really just saying more about market structure, the different flows, and kind of, where we are in a particular month determines which flows matter more than others. As we push through, we will get minutes this week on Wednesday. That'll be important. But more importantly, next week with the CPI on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. And then big bank earnings and war speaks Tuesday. Those are the types of macro catalysts that could start to shake the tree here, maybe lead to a more correlated move in indices. But for now, I think this chop zone is probably going to continue.
Yeah, and I'm going to channel my inner Anthony Crudele here for a second and say maybe we'll get some two-way tape going here in some of the equities. And Shai, what are you thinking about the equities? And then are there other drivers right here within our commodity sectors that are also going to be kind of rearing their ugly head?
Yeah, I mean, I think equity markets are set to be volatile for a while here because of all the factors that Craig had mentioned, which is great for intraday traders. It's going to be a two-way tape. I don't see any reason for that really to change at any point, especially coming into earnings season. And so I think that's just kind of the regime that we are in right now. Obviously, though, with the Dow and the Russell a little bit stronger than the other two. Yeah. So I think, to keep that in mind, I think right now, as far as commodities are concerned, we still need to watch what's going on in the Middle East. Obviously, we had a LNG tanker attack last night that was unexpected, kind of broke the silence that we've had over the last few days, just when everybody thought that everything was kind of going to be smooth sailing. We do have this incident come up now. Whether the U.S. decides to retaliate or not, we'll have to see. But keep in mind, the president could tweet anything at any time today. So, just be aware of that risk if you are trading crude oil today. And I think that is, far as, immediate, I think we need to, look at, I still like gold here. That weekly hammer candle looks nice for at least a solid bounce. And of course, we need to keep an eye on yields since gold is closely tied to yields. And of course, the dollar, but the dollar's relatively flat right now, up 0.07%. So essentially flat on the day here, and yields slightly down from where they were earlier this morning.
Yeah. Do want to do a good morning chat, by the way. Special shout out this morning goes to the first to chime in. We have Cooper, Paulie, and You Met Soap. You guys, thanks for being here. We appreciate you for sure. Appreciate everybody being part of NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for being here. That was a lot, Shy. Let's start with crude. I know we have the great Abdulaziz with us a little bit later, so I don't want to spend too much time on crude because I got a ton of great questions for him. Looking forward to that conversation in a little bit. But right now the commitment of traders report for crude was kind of interesting. Specs are less net long. Speculators. The commercials or hedgers were less net short. So these positions are kind of tapering a little bit. Does that tell us anything? And is it equivalent to Brent?
Well, yeah, absolutely. And if you look at Brent COT, all of that length is out of the contract. We're seeing that a lot of that length come out of the WTI contract. And I think, right now, as I mentioned yesterday, and I think on Friday, 67 right now is kind of a very important level on all of my work, at least technically speaking, that is holding for now. But we are, at a point where pessimism is at its ultimate, sentiment is terrible, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some sort of bounce. Not sure what exact catalyst may be, but we are hitting that point where we're not out of the woods yet by any stretch of the imagination, and I think that sentiment is very poor considering everything going on.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, energies. Is it affecting anything in reality?
Yes and no, right? I mean, I think oil broadly is to some degree getting sucked into the AI capex trade, right? Oil demand is not really driven by the AI capex story and driven by the build out. It's more of a driven by some of the trends in other parts of the economy, lower part of the K-shaped economy and kind of broad consumer trends. And so it's a little bit removed from the AI capex story. And so to the extent that we have, continued flows into AI capex related names and themes, whether it's copper or uranium or other power related names, and you're looking for a source of funds to help fund that, people are going to the oil market. And so I think to some degree, it's kind of been caught up in this trade. Is it evincing some sort of, broader macro signal? Maybe. I mean, we'll see. I mean, we know that, outside of the AI capex story, economic momentum isn't so robust. And so I think oil is from the demand side is probably suffering, from some of that strain. And clearly we know the inventory drawdowns that we've had over the course of the last 4 months, with the Strait being closed and what various countries have tried to do to suppress energy prices. And so that's probably not making it an easy picture from a supply demand perspective to understand. So I don't necessarily think you got a ton of read across here to the rest of the asset classes, but obviously energy is of big importance to the Fed and for inflation. And so to the extent that it remains under pressure on the margin, inflation expectations, come off the boil a little bit, creates a little bit less desire for the hiking cycle. But I think that, there are other structural things going on with respect to inflation, that energy is becoming a little bit less of a focal point now for our central bank.
Yeah,
I do.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I just do want to point out really quick, and I write about this every day in my morning note. We have a 3-2-1 crack spread screaming higher. So products are screaming, and literally they are at an all-time high going back to the data we have since 1992. And it's over $60 right now. It's the highest historically ever. So there is tightness in the product market. That is, that those refining margins are telling us that.
But how does that explain to us how that translates to everyday life?
Well, that translates to everyday life because that makes products more expensive. Diesel more expensive, gasoline more expensive, which is not surprising because if you look at the drawdowns that we have, we're 8% below the 5-year average for diesel. We're 7% below the 5-year average for gasoline just here in the United States. And think about building out these data centers. How much diesel does it take to build those data centers? And I'm talking all the cat machines and all of that. Plus, all their backup generators run on diesel. So there is tightness in the market that is product tightness that can be tied to the AX CapEx story.
So, but let's pivot over to natural gas, though, Shai. I think there's some innovation going on with some of these smaller engines that are powering these data centers on a one-off regional basis that are powered by natural gas. I mean, is that where the trend's going to go? And right now, I mean, natural gas right now is down about 1% on the session so far.
Yeah, well, the thing is with natural gas, particularly in the United States, is we have a ton of it. So, although, I've been very bullish midstream operators because I think we need a lot more pipelines for natural gas to feed these data centers because that is the power source most of them are looking at right now, if not nuclear, but that takes some time to build out right now. Natural gas is cheap. It's abundant. We have a crap ton of it. That is a technical term. And so that's the best option to go right now as it's not an intermittent power load like solar or wind.
Yeah, got it. For the interest rates in the bonds, we had again,
30-year yields back above 5%. We know globally, long duration bonds have been under pressure. JGB yields are making 40-year highs. Bund yields are elevated. Gilt yields are elevated. On the data front, we actually just had some data. We had the ADP weekly numbers come in. Came in at 21,000 for the week. We're starting to see some little bit more sluggishness in that data. We had been running kind of north of 35 to 40,000 for 6 to 7 weeks there in March and early part of April, and now we're kind of cycling back down to the mid 20s level. So we got to keep an eye on the labor momentum there too. But look, with inflation remaining sticky, the labor market okay, global bond yields are elevated. And I think what we're finding out here is that current interest rate regime, at least in the US, really isn't restrictive enough to slow down the AI CapEx story. And so I think that's a dynamic in play. You have a ton of supply coming from the AI-related names. Obviously, the Treasury is issuing this week 3 years, as Tracy mentioned, 10 years tomorrow, 30 years on Thursday. Deficit spending remains ample. The president's looking for another $350 billion reconciliation bill to be passed this year. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but he's looking to pump money back into, so the deficits are not going to abate. And so you have a lot of supply coming globally for the long end. And so despite some of the economic malaise that we're seeing away from the AI story, yields are high. At some point, we're going to get that type of bond market weakness that should pressure equity earnings and equity multiples. So far, hasn't really done that, particularly in the AI-related names, but elsewhere in the economy, in housing, in retail, low-end consumer. We know how much folks have been struggling, and some of those companies have been struggling as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll show a bond chart during the Edge report in a couple of minutes here, and they're performing like Team USA did last night.
That hurts.
Low blow, Jim.
Jim.
We have to address the elephant in the room. I mean, we made a big deal about this yesterday and the day before, and man, oh man, it was a dominant performance by Belgium. I hate to say it.
It was
Anyway, all
bad.
right. No comments from you guys.
It was no comment. No, no one's touting their Kalshi bets overnight here about what went on yesterday. It was a dismal performance all around, and now we can just get back to waiting for real football, which starts at the end of this month into next month with preseason starting. So it's good for the NFL. It's going to be good.
Oh, we have Argentina today, man. Come on. We got the GOAT. We're not done with Kalshi today. No way.
Soccer has not been my forte as far as betting is concerned. I did much better with hockey.
Oh well. All right. Well, we'll see. It's not over yet. It's still exciting. I think a lot of folks in the U.S. now are really got attuned to this whole international soccer thing in a positive level. I mean, I enjoy watching it now. I used to think, oh, this is boring, but now that you got to get used to it, and the competition is so good. All right, enough of that. Sorry, guys. Let, let's let's pivot. Let's pivot to gold. Shai, let's start with you on gold right now. Gold is kind of, I don't know if their bottom's in or not, but it's fighting. It's trying.
Yeah, I think that as I mentioned, we still have central banks buying the underlying fundamental story is still there. It's been struggling, amongst higher yields and a more hawkish central bank. If you remember, we came into this year, gold all-time highs. We thought we were going to get a million cuts, and now we're factoring in rate hikes. That is certainly not conducive to the long gold trade. But that said, it's still struggling here. I do like that weekly chart, at least for a decent bounce here.
Yeah, Craig, how you feel about gold right now?
Yeah, kind of mentioned it yesterday. Starting to warm up a bit. Gold likes the liquidity. Uh, Gold likes to see economic malaise settle in, and so to the extent that we start to see some more sluggishness in the data over the course of the next several weeks and months here, and a central bank that is not yet adding liquidity, but is likely going to have to add liquidity, let's say later this year, or certainly into early part of next year. Plus, we're getting other central banks away from the U.S. that are kind of shifting away from the tightening cycle, whether it's the ECB or the UK, kind of suggesting that rate hikes are no longer on the table. Let's hold Japan to one side for now. It's not exactly sure what their next move will be, but I think gold is buying time here, and so starting to warm up. I think a lot of the negative sentiment that we've had over the last several months is starting to get shaken out, and I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, okay. Well, and equipment traders were slightly positive. Specs were a little bit more net long, not a lot, a little bit, and the hedges were a little bit more net short. So that makes sense. Supporting maybe a little bit of a tiny bit of a bullish theme here. We'll see going into it. Got a couple minutes left though. We'd be remiss not to talk about the Bitcoin.
I knew you were going to say
At this point. I mean, Shai, is the sailor strategy of buying at 100,000 and selling at 65,000 a good one?
Yeah, it's excellent.
Sorry, that was a low blow. Sorry.
I know that was somebody posted that on X yesterday. This chart still does not look really bullish to me. I know, I guess you could look at that daily chart, kind of looks like you could have a double bottom there, but I'm not so sure. Other than that, I don't really have a huge opinion on it. But Michael Saylor is now a seller of Bitcoin, so keep that in mind.
Yeah. Craig, we got a minute and a half left. Any thoughts on Bitcoin or anything else for our viewers at this point in the morning?
Yeah, I spoke to Follis about this on the crypto closeout Sunday night. Definitely everybody check out what the guys are doing there. That's out at 7:00 after my 6:00 show for the Sunday Open. But we chatted about this, and I think one of the issues that we're having is a reputation issue and the president's involvement, right? I mean, we talked about this, how much money the president has made in crypto over the course of the last year, over $1 billion last year that he made, and I think folks are like, what's going on here? I think he's added, while originally his involvement in the sector added a positive momentum kind of into the middle of 2024 and through the first part of 2025. the fact that it's been seen more as grift than not, I think is this, is making more folks distraught about the sector. And Follis was talking about this, kind of the sentiment for broad crypto has been really in the toilet for the last several months here. Definitely seeing some capitulation, probably, not necessarily in Bitcoin, but across some of the altcoins too. So sentiment's in the toilet, and no real sign of improvement. And in his mind, that's a good thing, right? For crypto enthusiasts and guys who've been, seen many cycles before, they're looking at upgrading portfolios and finding the strongest projects to get involved in. He thinks that we're still early and we're likely to see some sideways to down trading here to really wash out the sector. But this is kind of what you want to see here in order to generate the momentum for the next big bull movement higher. Is people getting distraught, throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, and no desire to be in crypto. That's kind of that sows the seeds of bottoms. In his mind, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, awesome stuff. I want to remind everybody too, don't forget to sign up for the newsletter if you haven't had a chance. Craig and Tracy both write great pieces every morning. I'm talking institutional level stuff, guys. So it's really good stuff. And then me and Anthony stuff. But you get 4 different points of view. You get 4 different topics covered. It's free. We'll put a link in the chat. If you are in the chat, check it out. It doesn't cost you anything. So it's really good stuff. So appreciate you guys as well. Craig, thank you so much. I will talk to you later today. And then Tracy, you're going to be on with me in a second here right after the Edge Report. So let's get into it. All right, let me toggle back to Treasury bonds. Let's finish the conversation here. This is kind of a big deal for me. Forget about these that little corner piece there. So, I mean, you could see a really pretty significant sell-off here, right? Not too long ago, we were tracking a plus 114 handle. 114.07 turned out to be the key level of resistance. We don't have a candle that closed above there recently. Then we broke through, tested that anchored VWAP that I have on here, and then we continued our merry journey down. Now we have an 8 EMA crossing under the 21 yesterday. This is kind of a big deal. This is a bearish cross under, we'll call it. We're below the June open at 112.11 30 seconds. Again, that's pretty bearish as well. I'm sorry, bearish under, cross under. And then we're driving back down to that first lower standard deviation band. So there's a lot of negative stuff going on this chart here. We had a probe that actually brought us down as low as 30 seconds this morning. We'll take a look at an intraday chart in a second. Ultimately, we have some support where we found buyers before way down here at 111 and 30 seconds. And look at the RSI. This is nice, steady, Freddy type of kind of momentum downward. It's it's taken a while. It's taken 6 days, but we went from a plus positive 60 state down to a plus 43 state, and that's a steady progression. It wasn't like a quick pull of the rug. And again, that's also bearish. Let's go to intraday right now. I have a couple days here back to back. Let me just pull up the latest and greatest. This morning was a really intense B-shaped, small case B-shaped volume profile. It's obviously changed a little bit since then, where we have some volume accumulating around 07 and 08 right now. But right now, we're literally kind of back right to the session VWAP right here. And that is literally at 112 and 530 seconds. Defining the bottom of the conversation is at 0 DTE put support level, and the put support level at 112 even. That's a nice even number. Below that, we have S1 down here, and as well as that one-day min down at 111 and 30 seconds. So we'll see how tight of a range we have it today. But the sell-off was pretty nice after the Asian IB ended, and then we kind of rallied during the London. So right now we have targets on the upside that include that 0 DTE high vol level, and the regular high vol levels also at 112 and 30 seconds. And above that, there's a lot of empty space until we get to R1 up here, and also ETH, which is the extended trading hour high at 112 and 30 seconds. Now you see some extra lines on my charts here. I'm working this out. These are actually provided to me by Salma. Thank you for these, Salma. I'm going to go ahead and work on these a little bit more to make my charts look a little less cluttered, but just got these yesterday. They're super awesome, and they'll be available to everybody pretty soon. So just wanted to give Salma a lot of credit for it, because it's all her. Let's shoot over to the Mighty Russell, though. We talked about it this morning. And there we have it. Again, super strong right here. There's no retracement here, right? If you just drew it, just kind of casually, really casually drew a line where the meat of the action is here. We're north of 30.20, right? Every single candle's traded at 30.20 since, I don't know, back here on the 19th. And trend lines are up, moving averages are up. There's no crosses. I had to do a fib extension, literally to think about levels because again, there's no retracement. And I have a 127 spot 2 and 3073 spot 1 is kind of my target. Now that would be a new high, right? We would have to make a new high to get there. But right now, it seems like money is piling into the small caps right now for whatever reason. Above that, we have 31.23.4 as well, a little bit higher. And then real quickly here, intraday. I know we're out of time. Let's go here just to see where previous sessions highs are in play right now. And above that, we have that 0DT call resistance, going to be a big deal at 30.50. So that is this morning's Edge Report. And we are ready to talk about the show today. We got a great show coming up here. And let's get to it. Tracy, we have a great lineup today.
We absolutely do.
Absolutely. We have a very special guest. We'll introduce Abdulaziz in more detail in a second here. We're just grateful to have him with us. TTrades is going to be with us after that for Tape Talk. Merritt, Black, and Christian are going to be trading the open. Nick and Salma are going to join them for midday markets. And then after Tracy's 2 o'clock afternoon update this afternoon, we have Joey, Stowe, and Jack trading the close. So a terrific lineup today and looking forward to it. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Tracy, tell us about our special guest.
Right. Abdulaziz, he's an independent energy consultant in Saudi Arabia. Also happens to be a friend of mine. We got to spend some time together at some OPEC events. And so looking forward to talking to him this morning.
All right, let's bring him in. Oh, it's so nice to see you. Appreciate you being here on NinjaTrader Live, and it's great meeting you again.
Pleasure.
Yeah, so you're a friend of Tracy's. You're definitely a friend of mine. You're a great follow on X, and I'm going to encourage everybody to follow you on X. And it's Aziz Sapphire, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So let me start out by asking: is the temperature starting to be turned down a little bit in the Middle East? It's hard to tell.
Good question. I think people are so caught up with the headlines and the sentiments and what the narrative wants to put, but nobody is actually focusing on the market thesis, which I think is quite different than what the narrative keeps on exchanging in the legacy media or in the headlines of news. Having said that, I think it's quite obvious that sentiments drive futures markets, but the physical market is quite complex. And the physical market is quite tied up to the geopolitical situation. It's also not fully convinced that the current situation in the Gulf is actually sustainable. And everybody's waiting for that 60 days period to come up and know which direction markets would move. But also we have to acknowledge that prices since the February 28th moved too high, too fast, and then came back too low, too fast as well. This is unprecedented, to be honest. But you have to understand that there is a bigger narrative, which I call the market thesis, which is the priority here is to avoid a global economy going into a recession. And who's going to pay for that? It's very likely the oil market, not anyone else. What is the price that has been paid? I would say this 520 to 560 million barrels of strategic reserves, commercial stocks, floating tanker, floating oil on water. All of these have been used to kind of bring the temperature down. But remember, it has been almost 105 days of that strait being closed. That 105 days had left a major gap to be filled later. Even though this 520 or 550 million barrels have been used, at some point in time, somebody's going to have to refill. So the demand story is not really finished until China speaks or until the full recovery of demand comes up from almost every aspect that needed that oil to be available during that 105 days of gap. Now, the supply story is too focused on loading and transiting and shipping, when in fact, the focus should be on wellhead production, which I am very doubtful geologically, subsurface, that the region will be able to achieve these levels pre-war if I'm very optimistic, it would take 6 months. But even after those 6 months, I'm very doubtful production will come back to pre-war levels. If you want to test that, look at Iraq. Iraq production, for example, was almost 3.7 or almost touching 4 million barrels a day pre-war. Currently, it's hovering around 2. That's pretty substantial. Saudi Arabia and UAE had the privilege of having the bypass of the pipeline loading from a different location outside the strait. But that privilege was not available for Kuwait. It wasn't available for Iraq. It was definitely not made available for the Iranians as well. So while people are kind of getting very busy following the narrative or the headlines, money managers are losing trust, which, in my opinion, is driving this bearishness in the money managers' positions. Mm-hmm. It's not really the fundamentals or even the sentiments of the market that are affecting the bearishness of traders. So yeah, that's my market thesis in a nutshell, where it is.
And let me ask you, what is the risk? We know right now we just had a Qatari LNG tanker attacked because it was hovering the Omani coast instead of going through the preferred Iran route. So there's risk to the market in that it seems nobody's paying attention to. And, what happens after these 60 days? And does Iran start charging some sort of fee, whatever they may call it, but it would end up being some sort of fee? Does that, alter routes? And you think people are kind of not really understanding that risk?
That's a very good question. I think there is a big focus on contingencies today and how to create and make contingencies later in case the 60 days period does not fruit any tangible, substantial agreement that would secure maritime passages of tankers and carriers. But also, we would have to be reminded, if things go back to tension, then it's not really a matter of price. It's a matter of how the industry reacts to the whole value chain being rearranged with these contingencies, if possible, because unfortunately, not every country has that privilege of geography. And so these states or countries still need to run their economies. We have seen quite large deficits in fiscal, monetary revisions of the budget. And that should also give us a hint of how risky the situation is. Bear in mind, we don't know where it would start from. It could start from the agreement and the 60 days expiration, and it could also start from some tension up in Lebanon or Syria or a conflict with Israel, something of that sort, and yet have that similar effect on what Iran does next. So it's not really, or it's not fully a market waking up to market signals. It's also the geopolitical situation being mitigated through something more solid. There is also a very clear indication that the Iranian negotiator feels like they want to kind of test the administration willingness to go and make an agreement before the midterms, before November, or wait for something temporary until after November. It's very obvious that the Iranian negotiators are using time as much as they're using other means of blocking the Strait.
So that brings up an interesting question because the midterms are coming up, and we have the second term for President Trump right now, and after these midterms, there's going to be a couple of years where potentially we have a conflict with the parties, right? We might have Democrats in charge of Capitol Hill, and then Republicans in charge of the White House, and that could cause some kind of I don't want to use the word deadlock, but some different behavior going forward here. So is it in the Iranians' best interest to wait for after that event, a high probability event to happen, as things play out?
I think the Iranian negotiators are betting high on that situation. They're also leaving the back door of the negotiation table to put new conditions as the situation in the political landscape in the U.S. changes or maintains a similar scene. Bear in mind, in that event, the past 50 years of U.S. policy, U.S.-Iran policy, has not been quite a well-managed situation. Yeah. And it's obvious both parties want to get something newer. But the situation with the political landscape in the U.S., as well as the shift in the political landscape within the Ayatollah's death and the leaders of the IRGC, it leaves many gaps to be filled geopolitically. But we'll wait and see, and everybody is waiting to see how that would change the implications within the oil market.
And then I just wanted to address something really quick because everybody's been talking about it on X. Of course, everybody, in the crude oil world, the big deal was made because Saudis lowered their OSP, and so everybody thought that's extremely bearish. They're giving it away now. We've got a glut again. In addition to the OPEC recent additions, also, for the last few months, even though production levels are nowhere near. So let's just talk about that a little bit and dispel some of those kind of rumors.
Oh yeah, I read the news and it was quite surprising for me to see the reaction of people, because if you don't want to pay that $8 discount, you can still go to Yanbu from the other side of Saudi in the Red Sea and load from there and still pay the same price. But it's more of a logistical move, in my opinion. This is the cost of logistics and making more shipments available at shorter trips from the Arabian Gulf to Asia that made that correction in price. But if you would like to pay that extra $8 and use 200 pumps and a 1,200 kilometers pipeline, go ahead and pay for that. It's up to you.
Wow. Can we circle back for a second? You mentioned wellhead production, yes. And you said optimistically maybe 6 months we'll get that back together. Maybe non-optimistically it's a lot further away. How does that translate into ultimately the supply chain down, and then the pricing resulting in that distribution eventually?
Yeah, I think everybody's betting on supply going back to pre-war levels shortly within the agreement. But geology does not understand MOUs or how reservoirs react to being halted or suspended for so long, and then delivering similar levels of production. Geology does not understand that the reservoir would wait until an agreement is made. What people don't also take into account is during the time the strait was closed, most producers relied on their very well-maintained wells. But there are other wells that have been shut down because they're lower performance. Now, if things go back to normal, reincarnating the production levels of those low-performing wells is only going to be more difficult, not much easier, because it was already difficult during pre-war times to get the most out of it. So I think optimistically, if we can get up to 80% of what pre-war levels were, we would be lucky. And particularly the smaller wells, the smaller fields with more wells, especially in Iraq, Iran, the UAE offshore, these would prove to be not the easiest to bring them back to life.
Very awesome. Well, unfortunately, our time is up. We have so much we could talk about on this, and we appreciate you being a subject matter expert here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you so much for spending the time with us, and hopefully we get to speak with you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. Thanks.
Sorry, Shai. I took the last question. I couldn't resist. Literally, we need to do a whole 30-minute, 60-minute segment with Abdul. He's incredible.
Yep, he's absolutely fantastic. So we may have something around that. We'll see.
All right. Any last second words of wisdom for NinjaTrader Live traders?
Yeah, just you guys keep. I really can't stress this enough. Please keep an eye out in case the U.S. decides to retaliate against Iran for the ship that is. The president has a heavy-handed way of saying things sometimes, and so that risk is there on the table today. So be careful, no matter what you're trading, because that would likely affect the equity markets as well.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. I appreciate you, Shai, as usual. I will talk to you later on today. But right now, it's about that time for Tape Talk with TTrades. Good morning, T.
Morning. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you? How was your fourth?
Not too bad. It was fun.
Oh, good. Maybe you had fun. Anything notable, or just we had fun?
Saw some fireworks and then went to bed.
There you go. Well, I gotcha. Anyway, well, thanks for being here with us this morning. Kind of the interesting kind of week, kind of, I don't know, a little lethargic so far, but what's covers the markets?
Yeah, we can start out in indices. And honestly, there's not a whole lot going on. As we spoke about last week, I was just expecting some sort of range-bound price action here on the NASDAQ, and that's what we're getting. And so really, I'm just kind of avoiding this. There's some stuff you can do intraday, some formations, but really this is just a consolidation. I tend to avoid it. So not a whole lot going on there. I would say if you take a look at YM, that's where the trending market is. We're getting a breakout over that previous month's high. So if you notice previous month's high, we mark that out. What do we have? We break over it, we retest it. Continuation higher. So, YM's getting the strength, NQ has the weakness right now. And so that's, allowing ES to just kind of chop around, slightly following YM there.
Yeah. And by the way, just let me interrupt real quick, T-Trade. I do want to remind everybody that this segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Yeah. So not too much in terms of the indices to watch. But I do... we talked about gold last week, taking out this low here, right on Tuesday. And we have gotten that close over here that we were talking about. And so with that, I am looking to see if we can trade higher on gold this month. And so with that, I'd just be looking for a lower high or a higher low, excuse me, to be put in somewhere in here and then get another continuation higher. And I'd like to see that start to get a continuation higher. And why am I looking long? I just like to look long once we take out previous lows. And you can see we've taken out these previous lows. This is a spot where it's preferable to look long versus over short because everyone that's been long since, November, December, all of that, they became underwater. You know, everyone at that point. So that's where I want to start to look long. So
Yeah.
like I spoke about last week, I'm favoring the upside on uh, gold, silver, kind of
Real
same
quick
thing.
though, sorry to interrupt you again. On gold though, we're still below that yearly open at 43.40. We're just slightly above the March 3rd swing at 4,100. We're kind of like, when I look at a chart, and I get this question all the time. Is the low in gold in? Is this a good bottom for gold right now? I know now it sounds like I know Larry Williams thinks this should be a bullish kind of time of the year, and you're sounding a little bit pretty strongly bullish right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just like to, like I said, once we take out lows, look long if we can form a low. And I don't, sometimes I'll trade the initial reversal, but a lot of times I wait for that reversal to put in. And then that's just where risk to reward comes in. If I can trade a higher low somewhere in here and get, a stop somewhere in here, and then I have a potential for something like that, that's pretty good risk to reward on something for the next few months.
Yep.
Um,
Got it.
I prefer that over trying to short below the previous lows, right? Like that's where everyone tries to trade the breakout and gets caught. So I try to do the opposite.
Got it.
So that it's kind of the same thing when we look over here at oil. Oil, we run out this previous range, right? So this is the range we've just been sitting in, for the last few months. We finally run out the low in it, and so I'm just looking. I actually am still favoring for oil to get a move back up, and if we do get that move back higher, I'd look for around a 20% move back up into the 83 area, and so that is what I'd like to see, this month.
Got it.
And then
I did cut you off. You were about to talk about silver. I just cut you off a couple
Oh
times.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, my brain's a little slow. Silver, kind of the same thing as gold. I don't prefer it as much. It just doesn't have as much strength currently. If you take a look at gold, it just has some more momentum. So I'm favoring to watch gold here.
Got it.
But yeah, we can go look at Bitcoin. We were talking about Bitcoin here last week. We were saying, if we go take out this low, we reach up into this high. Do we form a reversal at this high? And this is an example of where we don't form a reversal, right? We just take a look at this daily candle closure, closes over the high, closes over the previous high. This is just a breakout signature. So now it's forming. If we can hold this higher low here, then I just be looking for this to trade back up into these highs here, right? Because this is just a range, right? Range high, range low. We run out the range low, can go towards the range high.
And those highs
And
are
so
67,000, something like that.
yeah, somewhere right around there, somewhere around the 67K mark.
Yeah. Got it.
So someone in chat says too many bullish. Usually I like to be bullish when others are bearish. So that does line up
Contrarian, we'll call you.
somewhat. I just view it as, you go back to indices. This is probably the best example I have of it. You know, we start to break down to the downside. This is where everyone gets super scared, bear market. That's where I'm looking to buy because we're below all the previous lows, right? So that's the same idea there. Um, so
And I like your point about risk reward ratio, right? Because now you have a pretty clear place where you want to put your stop. Because if you're wrong, and you'll know
yeah,
it quickly.
yeah, exactly. And so position sizing comes in there too. But yeah, and for Bitcoin, I'm not meaning that I'm bullish long term, right? I still want to see towards that 48K mark. It's
Yeah.
just right now the price action is telling you that it's not a breakout of this low. So I'd want to see price go take out a high and then see if we can form a reversal and trade lower. It's the same idea here, right? This is a consolidation. We run up, take out highs, previous month's high, form a reversal, then go lower. Right, so you can be bearish on something, but you still want bullish price action just because it's not bearish yet.
Got it.
But yeah, where do we want to go next?
Well, actually, could you pull up the Russell 2000?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just for me, year on the year. This is the surprise market. This is the surprise market of the year. I mean, it's just been incredibly strong. I don't even remember what percent it's up year over on the calendar year, and it's still cranking. It's super super strong. And Craig Shapiro's talking about flows. It's all about the flows and money's flowing in and out of different asset classes. But it's just been incredible.
Yeah, I don't watch R2I too much. If I was watching it right now, I like to compare it with YM, so the Dow. And just with that, if you take a look at RTY versus the Dow right now, it's like, why would I want to be trying to long something here that's more of a consolidation when I could be trading this trending market? And so I don't mind it. Yes, it's been green month over month, but I would say it's quite choppy in here. And so I'd rather focus on something that has a little better intra-week trends, a little better structure, which I would say YM is a better focus there.
Got it. Awesome. Could we pivot like to either the dollar or the euro FX or one of the currency
Yeah,
pairs?
we can go to dollar first. Um, Kind of the same thing here on the dollar, depending on which one you choose. But um, zoom out to the monthly here. We have a nice green bullish month, and so usually my target for that right away is taking out the previous month's high, because that's where we're going to have some sort of reaction or failure to form a reaction. If you look at YM, it's the same thing. And so taking a look at that, our previous month's high is right there. So I would still favor, price forming some sort of low in here and trading back up into this high, just because
Yeah.
this is not bearish for me yet. This is just expansion, and this is a retracement for a higher low to me. So I'm looking for this to make another move into our previous month's high. And then from there, watch the reaction at it. Do we form a reversal? Do we not? So that would mean I'm still bearish on the euro, bearish on foreign currencies. Just would have to really see how we form a high that we can trust to trade away from. And so the same idea there, put opposite, is looking for euro to trade into previous month's low this week or next.
Yeah, no, I love the 6E contract. That's traded at the CME Group. That's a pretty popular currency pair that a lot of people watch. And some people use it as a proxy for the dollar. It's not really. It does have a mind of its own, but it's definitely tradable. So I'm glad you're showing that. Um,
Yeah.
could we tap on the yen also?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, yen has just been something that I refuse to be bullish on over the past year plus. I just find that nothing gets bought back up. So, when you have a month that opens up like this, very strong and bullish, usually I want to see that get faded and another move lower, just because why try to, pick a low now? You know what I mean? I don't like to pick lows or highs most of the time. I like to wait for a continuation. And so we see price reach up right off the start of the month, reach back into that previous month's range, the EQ or the 50% of the previous months. And then we have a reaction. So I'd actually prefer this to get a continuation lower. I personally don't watch this just because I'm more of an intraday trader. And, these days will really chop you up if you're trying to trade them on the yen. So
Yeah, I mean, if you tried to pick the lows in the yen over the last year and a half, you're not happy.
yeah. Versus if you trade something like GBP, JPY, if you're into Forex, it's like that's going to have movement because you're pairing something that has been a lot stronger, the pound, against something that's a lot weaker. And so if you do trade Forex, and, that's how you can find some trending markets there, is just comparing a strong currency to a weak currency.
Got it. Got it. And do we have time to get to? Did you talk about copper yet? Is that a possibility? You
We
ever
can
track
talk
it?
about it really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so copper, I mean, I guess the idea has not changed. I'd want to see a close over here. I don't know if it closed over there. But it's the same thing as this is a range. I'm bullish on metals. So when we take out a low in the range, this is where I favor looking to the upside. And so I would favor longs here on copper just because of where we're at in the location and then the fact that the trend is still bullish. And so that's it for copper on me. I would like to see if we're going to have this low remain. So there, I want to see this get a closure over and then look to trade towards the high.
Got it. All right. For today, what would be your favorite market to look at?
I would probably be focused on something gold. Kind of already, it's more of a reversal day, but we could potentially get gold towards its previous day high. I don't think we've made too much range, right? Normally when you have it taking out previous day low, it has a larger wick. it usually waits for the next day to take it out. But I think that we have a small enough wick here that we could look towards previous day high on gold. And so just taking a look here, I think we can get a continuation of this move towards that previous day high. It's possible, if not tomorrow.
Awesome. Great stuff, TTrades. I do want to let you know, though, I've been working out every day.
Are you
And
training for pickleball or what?
I think not only that, I think we should have a challenge. I think we should, because we have a couple of folks that are going to be trading the open in a second here with us. We have Merritt, Black, and Christian. The odds are probably against us, but I think me and you could challenge them and take them on and beat them.
Yeah, I heard Merritt's not good at sports where he has to swing something, so I think
Oh, be careful with that. No, 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 no. We can't underestimate. We cannot underestimate him. I'm gonna throw the gauntlet out in a second here when I see him.
Yeah, I don't think I saw him playing tennis in Naples or anything at all. So
No, he's got some skills. So does Christian.
yeah. All right. Well, thanks for having me on. See you
All
guys
right.
next week.
Appreciate you as usual, TTrades. Thank you for being here with us. And it is about that time. We are ready to trade the open with Merritt, Black, and Christian trading boxes. Let's do it. All right, you guys up for the challenge?
I'm game.
Christian's chewing gum like, hold my beer.
I'm ready.
Hey, Chris, we're live.
I'm live. What do you mean? I know.
Get it together, pal.
I know.
Oh man. You guys had a good fourth, I hope.
Oh yeah. We took the kids on their first camping trip, and it was a blast. Went around, brought a kayak with us, went around we had a little spot right next to a lake, and then got massively stuck on the way out. I'm talking like the right side, this mud that was like pea soup was to the top of the tires. Like my running boards were under mud. I just had to get a guy with a winch to help us out. So, it was a fun adventure. It was good.
Wow.
Happy
Awesome.
250th.
There you go. Christian, you had a good time?
Yeah, just spent it with family. Nothing major. Saw fireworks I can see them from my place. There's a church down here that has them, and so we just stood outside and watched them.
Yeah. Being with family, that's what it's about. That's awesome, man. Before we get started here, guys, I just want to remind everybody a couple of quick public service messages. Number one, newsletter. We write it every morning, early in the morning. We have 4 contributors, myself, Anthony Crudele, we have Craig Shapiro, and we also have Tracy Shuchart. And at least with regards to those other 3, we're talking institutional level quality stuff every morning. It's really, really good. It's free. There's a link in the chat, so you guys want to get it. It's delivered to your inbox every morning. So that's kind of number 1. Message number 2, I do want to remind everybody, special event Thursday. Thursday, we have Develop Your Edge with that good-looking young man, XYZ. It's going to be an open mic Q&A session predominantly. So if you're able to get in the chat, great. Come with your questions, ready to go. Hopefully mostly about trading, but, XYZ's game. So we're looking forward to that special Develop Your Edge, again, Thursday, 4 p.m. East Coast time. All right, let's go around the horn, man. What are you guys thinking? What are you thinking today, Merritt?
The indices bigger picture, I remain bullish off those, recent swing lows in late June. I'm currently short. But that's the big picture view. It's consolidating, right? We are in a chop zone in the S&P from 7,300 to call it 7,650, right? It's just back and forth in this zone. And so, it's a day trader's paradise. There's decent enough volatility. Things are not super quiet. Things are not super compressed intraday. There's enough rotations and movement, even during the summertime here, which I can remember trading in the summertime when the S&P would have a 10-handle range for the day. So these conditions are still a gift. I keep trying to remind my traders this. That guys, their opportunity abounds for short-term traders, and you got to make hay while the sun's shining. So I do like the gold bull idea. I know that's been covered today on the show. I am kind of looking to get maybe a swing piece of that at some point. But yeah, indices sideways is the main read, and just make it, take it. I put a tweet out recently about, hey, if you're struggling in this market, maybe try taking profits. And I know that's kind of a tongue-in-cheek way of saying it, but there's a deeper message there, which is to consider reining in targets, to consider paying yourself a little quicker and whatnot. From my seat, watching a lot of traders struggle the past month or so in these kind of conditions, I think that the ones that I'm seeing have the most success are playing more of that kind of level to level, make it, take it, shorter term on the intraday side,
So
instead of trying to hit home runs.
you're in great company, man. This is, we had Larry Williams on the show a couple times recently, and Larry's a legend. And, one of Larry's main lessons is take the points. Don't get overly aggressive. Take the points. And that's what you just said. I think that's great advice. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Christian, what are you thinking, man?
I am a little bit bearish here. We are, yesterday, since I mostly trade in Q, we were in a little consolidation right in the middle of this daily wedge structure that we've been forming. I've touched on this bull bear zone for like 2-3 weeks now, and we were trying to hold. We were sort of dancing around yesterday where the price action was jumpy and weird, and we have broken lower now. We're below the daily 9MA. We are close to this wedge support, but if we cannot, let's say we hold and we bounce, or we fail to bounce and we form acceptance near the lows, then I think price wants to make has a date with prior week low here around 280s in NQ. However, if we do reclaim this, let me bring out the hourly here. This, I would say 800 to 820. If we do bounce to even reclaim that or attempt to reclaim that, then I would say that the structure changes a little bit more bullish, and then we can target the upper side of the wedge now. But failure to really reclaim even this 670, 680s area in NQ, then I do think we're going to see prior day low. And then if that fails to hold, then maybe prior week low into tomorrow. But it's not looking really bullish at the moment. And so I'll be looking to short to the downside unless we do reclaim 670, 680s and live above London high. Until then, lower for me.
Very awesome. All right, man. I appreciate you too, for sure. I am going to make an espresso before I dip in the chat, but I'm going to leave you with one topic from Friction 944. After I leave, he's asking about SpaceX. I know you guys got opinions on it. So good luck in any trades you may or may not make today, and I will talk to you later.
See you, Jimmy Cags.
Take care, Jim. Have a good week.
I scaled out and took my own advice, taking some quick profits on half of this on a nice little rotation down off these highs, because 23 minutes to the open, and that's what's working is taking some profits. SpaceX, I have no idea, no comment. I know what it is, kind of, and that's about as far as it goes for me.
You're short 70. Is that 79?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, 86.50. 86.50.
Oh, 86.50.
SPCX? SPCX. SPCX. So let's see here. SPCX. The first thing that stands out to me is that the lows on multiple time frames look kind of vulnerable. Like we could run kind of this all-time low for this new IPO. You can see it over here on the what is this? A 2-hour chart. You can see it on the 30-minute chart. These lows swing low, swing low, swing low, swing low, and none of these lows look great. You've got a range. I'd put a big box on this thing. Come on, mouse. Where are you? Come back to me. Come back to daddy. There
Come
it is.
back to me.
There it is. I would box this thing in.
You box?
Yeah, I box.
Okay.
I'd put something like this. Rotational inside that. Maybe vulnerable for wicking, especially up the low end of this thing. And then if that wicks and sets back up into this box, buy them. That would be my take on something I've never looked at in my life before.
Morning chat. Morning cats. Cooper in the house.
Coop.
Morning all. Robbins. James. Candle. Hey, Carmel. Hey, Larry.
Did you watch that game last night?
No, I did watch the Mexico game on
That was a
Sunday.
fun one. I actually caught the last 10 minutes or so or whatever of that. That was
Yeah, that was a very stressful game for us Mexicans.
almost a great comeback. That stadium looked like it was absolutely rattling.
Yeah. These games are good though. Yesterday's I did see half of the who did they play?
Morris, that's my wife and I were talking about that last night. No offense to the rest of the world, but it's true. I was really hoping we could pull that win off, though, because as you guys may have heard me talk about before, my best friends in the world is in Spain, and the U.S. never having competed on that stage, really, us to get to match up against Spain, that would have been fun for me and my friend.
Right.
No, you meant so. Not everyone can say that. What other major leagues do the other countries have, right? You've got like cricket, some European basketball. You guys don't have the NFL, the MLB, the same type, crazy physical, best athletes in the world type stuff.
Yes.
Chess, rugby, that's a good one. Yes. I know it's a hot take. It's a fun, don't take me too seriously. What do I think of the Bitcoin? You see this level, you see these swing lows back from early in the year, around 66K. The fact that we got underneath them and then didn't wick them and regain, it's the same concept we just did. It's like, okay, we'll draw a box right around that guy right there, right? what happened? We broke above it. We retested. We went. Then it comes back. It shouldn't come back, and it does. And it zips across, breaks down, retests. And so we're currently bearish underneath that. Big picture. So again, I would look for, to get bullish, I would look for a hold above there. Big picture, swing time frame, bigger picture. Currently for this new month that we have going on, it's kind of holding an imbalance up here. It's uptrending. So as long as this little swing that's trying to form here around 63K is holding, which is the weekly VWAP, that is holding this move up. So if that breaks down, then it's full on bearish, and you look at some of the lows for the year and whatnot. If the uptrend persists on the lower time frames and we break into that kind of longer term level, I'd be more comfortable being bullish. Great scale out on this S&P position right at the low there. Looks like the rest of it is going to sit in the middle of VWAP chop.
Yeah, bounce right back up. Yes, he's so bullish for me.
First of all, I would say that not all the athletes in the NBA and the NFL are, quote, clowns. But secondly, I wouldn't disagree. I think Rafa, Federer, look, let's face it, Federer is my favorite tennis. I'm a tennis player. Tennis is my main sport. I'm a huge Roger Federer fan. I'm just like, I'm not a big like fanship guy. I am a fan of Roger Federer through and through. I think he's just absolutely incredible, class act, best, my favorite athlete of all time. However, I think Federer is somewhat of a finesse guy, right? He is a wizard. He has the touch and the hands and the gracefulness and all these things. I think there's a certain physicality for, Federer's right arm is a lot bigger than his left arm. It looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex arm. Okay. I think that he's very much a specialist. I know he was a good soccer player growing up. I think Nadal was too, but it's different. It's a fun conversation, like different sports, what makes the best athletes who they are. It's fun. But Federer's the GOAT for sure, in my book. If Messi was born in the US, he wouldn't have played soccer, pal. That's the point.
And just a good trade in NQ.
Oh.
All right, let's see if we break down to the NQ. Can you ask where I get my NQ levels, please? I would draw them manually over years, and then I created an indicator for them. these are my zones that it took me years to develop to make sure I understood support and resistance well. Pretty divergent tape here. Let's see what happens. There's a Fed speaker today, or oh no, you're talking about Federer. Never mind.
What is gold up to?
Hey, Carlo.
Good morning, chat.
Gold doing? You think gold put in a low?
Yeah, I think it was last week we were talking about that wick of those kind of June lows there looked substantial, and that has held, and there's plenty of upside in this market that has gotten beaten up pretty badly ever since its bubble type hyperbolic run in the metals.
Oh
I think
man,
it's
what
just been like a
happened on it?
flows thing. I don't know any data around this, but to me, I think I commented on this last week as well. It's felt weird. It's traded weird. I don't know how else to put it, but it's like there's just this outpouring, and I think it's people just coming out of gold, trickling out. It feels like it's been suppressed. And yeah, Chad, I agree. I think Bo Jackson is got to be up there for the most freak athlete, perhaps of all time.
New lows. NQ's going for that overnight low here.
Cool documentary on him if you haven't seen that.
Semis are just so weak with the gap down, bringing NQ lower. Cyclicals are helping ES out a lot. See if we go to prior day low.
Some of these markets are putting in some oogly profiles. Like last month in the S&P's profile looks like I have data issues. It's so ugly. to me, both the S&P and gold, where they've kind of gone up to recently, the past, hour or two, and where they're holding, it's like the inflection for the day. If they can hold these lows right here, and I can't get this trade to work, I'm going to be looking at yesterday's highs. The same goes for gold. Gold has just gotten, like, if we look at this distribution, this main distribution and whatnot, from yesterday, I'll just kind of manually look at it. Right in here. Tried to break it down overnight, fails, traverses. Here we are just kind of holding. So, I'd lean at this point, kind of shorting and looking for more rotational behavior around yesterday's main balance. But if it continues, the longer it continues to hold up here, the more bullish that'll be on the gold front. What do I think about Fibonacci retracement? Look, I mean, I'm not as big of a fan in general of things that are, I don't know how to describe it, a little bit man-made, a little bit created, a little bit derived, rather than a bit more fundamental. What about VWAP, Merritt? Yeah, you're right. You got me on that one. VWAP is kind of like a moving average, but VWAP is so broadly accepted, especially on the institutional side, and the way that the execution guys are held accountable to average price relative to VWAP and all this kind of thing.
Wait, did you say Fibonacci is not fundamental?
Yeah.
It's like one of the most fundamental things in the world.
What you talking about, man?
Is it not?
Fit,
The
are you
Fibonacci
talking about trading, or are
ratio.
you talking about like snail shells?
No, well, you put that together and it's still part of trading. Trading, charts are part of the world.
Charts are part of the world?
Yeah, like it's its own system, but within human, a human system. Does that make sense? Am I high?
I was about to make that joke. No, I
Numerology.
mean, you're not wrong. I hear you. Look, I think putting up projections or oh, look, it's retraced a certain amount, especially when you start rounding things to a decimal place, right? I think it's a little bit fairy dust. That's my opinion. I understand that fibs have mathematical principles that hold up throughout nature. I get all that and whatnot. But
I'm in
like
California,
you
so
have to admit that like throwing up a mathematical based level, right, anywhere is more fairy dust than, oh, here is the edge of where traders are trading at volume, right? It's a step removed. And that's my only point. It's
what
a
if
step removed.
traders create that edge at a Fibonacci level? Ooh, got you there.
Right. We know where the volume edges will be before they get there, Merritt, because that's where the 61.8% retrace is. Tracy says another tanker hit. Crude oil says meh. S&P says meh. Oof, I cannot, Eric. I'm sorry. Eric's asking, can you explain the relationship between soybeans, soybean oil, and meal? I cannot.
So ES is right in the middle of the range. NQ is the one that's alive and moving. Let's see which one takes leadership today. ES looks so good for higher prices. I think NQ wants to see prior day low. Oh, what a gap down in the Qs. Breakout attempt in ES here. NQ back to the scene of the crime.
Nice little stop run on the S&P there into the open. Well played.
All right, if ES can hold here above this or above and at this overnight high, then we can see follow through to 75.93. 75.94 is the prior week high, so that would be
It's 5 points away.
Yeah. Either we reject back down to stay in the range, or we push out to prior week high and then maybe prior day high.
So that's like a line in the sand for you?
Right where we are? Yeah.
Or into like the low 90s?
I would say this 87 area. Because we need a little bit of a much smaller time frame acceptance to hold here and then push out. Like right here, we got rejected, so it failed. Even though it's one sort of, a very small.
Huge passive buyer. Sorry, I
So
got
you're
excited.
saying there was a huge passive buyer, but even with that size, it got rejected back down?
It was right after the reject. I shorted, and then they traded like, I don't know, around 1,000 contracts into the bid, and the price didn't budge.
Okay.
But then they slammed them or disappeared or whatever. All right, get through VWAP for daddy.
I mean, that was the spot. That was a good spot. Now look for overnight low here, or this 75
I will
70s.
be scaling pretty heavily here shortly. I'd love to see us take out those prior two little swing lows on my chart around 75 or whatever it is. Finger on the hotkeys. Roger Federer, laser focus. Scale. I'll scale 2/3.
I don't use the 9 EMA. I use the 9 SMA. And then for the cloud indicator, that is a 20 and 50 EMA cloud, not 9.
It's not a real stop in Q. They say it's amazing to see Merritt's original stop is so wide. That's not a real stop. That is just a template that works for most markets to just get a stop in the market. For me, where I moved this stop to right here is probably a little bit wider than where I would have stopped. Maybe right at it. It was a momentum. That's why you saw me get in 3 contracts instead of the 2 that I was trading with the wider stops, because this was a momentum style entry. That is a emergency stop that goes into the market automatically. And then after I'm done, because I move my stop with the mouse, right? That's pretty much how you have to do it. You got to get your mouse somewhere and either type something in or drag something. But I execute off hotkeys because that's so much faster and quicker. So I wait until I'm at the point typically where I kind of get scaled out and the risk is reduced, and then I'll take my hands off the hotkey and I'll go put that stop where it in my mind has been the whole time, but I'm going to physically put it there. I'd say most of my fellowship crew, and I don't have this, I need to look into it. I don't have it myself, but they're using really cool tools that you just kind of click where the stop is to essentially get into a trade, and it sizes it for you and has your target R value built in. It's pretty cool. I'm just kind of set in my ways in some sense. Too old to change. Jerry Jeff Walker.
All right. This action's choppy for me, so I'm not engaging here at the moment. Oh, hello from Finland. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. There's 1,000 of you here. So I'm still, structure is still bearish. We are at prior day low for NQ, so we can see a reaction here and bounce, but we did bounce. Here's this trading view chart. We did bounce to the prior consolidation here on the 15-minute, and then we rejected. So if we are going to see follow through lower, I need to see, I'm probably going to try to align myself with this 15-minute 9MA lower low, lower high structure. If we fail to really bounce off prior day low, to me, that would mean that we can form some acceptance down here and then move to 360s, maybe prior week low. I can't be too bullish unless that 670, 700 area gets reclaimed. Like unless this reclaims and then we see scenario 1 and scenario 1.2 up here, this is, we're at scenario 2 support, which is the prior day low. So we can bounce from here. But if we bounce and then reject, then we're going to see scenario 2.1 to the support area. So I just need to wait for some more information here to get us set up. And then the IB strat today will be looking to short as we're below the daily 90 MA.
I should exit this trade, shouldn't I? Kenneth says, "Hi, Merritt. Why are you short there?" I don't know, dude. I'm just waiting on me mate. What's your mate's name? Jake. Have you been in a car crash? No, I haven't.
Don't make fun of their culture. Jesus. I'm sorry, guys.
Have you seen that video that I'm quoting?
No.
Oh man, it's this like drunk Australian guy, and he's like ran his car up onto a curb or whatever, and it's the police coming up and ask him about it. They're like, "You've been in a car crash?" He's like, "No, I haven't. I'm just waiting on me mate."
But it was a car crash?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we're struggling here. It's the lower edge of kind of the Globex balance low, so this is kind of the spot. It's kind of a weird liquidity vacuum lift off the low. Low probability this thing goes further, but you never know. I've secured a good trade location.
Yeah, that is good. Yes, all it's doing is ping-ponging in this recent, really overnight range since midnight. So it's just in a balanced range. Do we hold here and bounce?
Crude oil still hanging around the highs. Gold getting a push higher as well.
They're trying. Yes is doing a little bit better than NQ. Yeah, looks like it does want to bounce. Oh man. Google's so strong. All right, NQ just got rejected at this recent breakdown. I call it London low because that's what I have my settings for, even though that's not the actual settings. but we're trying here. Oh, we have an hourly R-side divergence into these new lows in NQ. I missed that. So good chance we do bounce and see back up. And yes, if it can break through the 75, 80s, probably go back to the highs. NQ struggling at this 600 spot. But buyers are there. I wouldn't know how to answer that, Glenn. I have I've never looked into that.
Always analyze the main product, even if you're going to trade the micros. Is always what I tell my folks.
I agree with that.
Slippage, spread between them, like whatever. That's the cost of trading in the micro, product, and reducing your risk, and just accept it, and it's part of doing business. Yes, yo mama, for sure.
Even in what I did is I back tested NQ, even though I trade MNQ for the IB strat.
Yeah.
This one's lower. All right, took a short here.
You took a short?
Yeah, and NQ. We'll see if we go make new lows. We tried to bounce. We rejected at 600, which is my London low.
My London low.
It's just my settings are different. They're not the actual London low. So I want to make sure people understand that. Let's see if we actually have follow through lower. Oh, it looks like it's gonna be a no.
I'm gonna scratch out of this trade. Take the P&L.
I'm gonna take a -1 stop here. If we take out 582, semis are weak, moving lower to new lows. That's how soft we're doing. Software is green a little bit. Financials are helping ES stay up so strong. Let's see if we make new lows here in semis. Very weak. Chris has his own time. Guys, I have different settings for London low and high. So, I don't want to call out London low and you guys think I'm a dummy because I don't know what I'm talking about, but I did specific settings. What do I use to watch semis? SMH. I swing trade a lot of semi names, so I'm really familiar with that sector and what it's doing. Yeah, Cosby got hit. We were following that pretty well here in the New York sesh. All right, semis made a new low. No new low for NQ here. Oh, it's not going to do that to me. Okay, I took half off at 1.4R. Let's see if we break down to new lows now. So if we're not holding prior day low, prior week low is really far. I do have something at 446 in NQ. All right, new lows in NQ following SMH. Let's get a breakdown here. SMH is just really weak. Oh, look at that bounce. Maybe a little bit more chopped. It's been really choppy the last week or so. You get a move, then it's chop. You get another move, then it's chop. Software is basically, well, not all software. Like what's leading in software? Crowd, PanW, FTNT, Net. I'm long all those names. I've taken partials along the way, but it's a big move. ES is doing a whole lot of nothing.
66% relative volume so far for the first half hour.
All right, let's see if we can get a good breakdown here into a 440s, mid 440s here is the next level I have. And then I have a big one at 360s. Use just did not look good. Below the 20 EMA on the daily, below the 9.
Gold's still just hanging out at that upper end of that range. Crudele is in like a slow motion melt up.
Google is green. Come on, take me out here. All right, took more off at 3.5R. I'm gonna put my stop to break even now on the rest, and I'm just gonna trail it. Thanks, guys. Is my London low just London low IB?
It's just clickbait, guys. He just says it's a different low just to troll everyone.
No, look, I'll show you my settings.
I'm kidding.
I do not look at the London IB, so I don't know if that's the right low or not. But oh, this looks ugly here. Let me refresh. Like my London low and London highs from 3 in the morning to 7 a.m. So it's different from the actual London low, London high. I did this on accident in the very beginning, and then I would find that price will respect this specific London low and high over time. And so I just said, you know what? I'm not going to change it. And I've never changed it since. But look at this beautiful rejection here at London high. My London high, okay? Look at that.
You just gotta remove the words London from it. You gotta like shift it to like Lisbon, or you like your Lisbon high.
Yeah. Like what's 1 hour earlier, in London area. So I kept it, and now it's part of my process. And I don't care what anybody says, because the bank doesn't judge me when I deposit money, okay? So yes, Eastern. No, look, Pride Day high and Pride Day low, that it's not mine. It's where is the day candle high and where's the daily candle low? There's no other Pride Day high or Pride Day low, okay? What people need to do is say RTH high or RTH low, but that can't be the prior day. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's not mine. It's just
I've heard enough.
See, guys, if you don't want Merritt to just not, stop talking, just create random indicators and give them random times, and he'll be like, "What the F is this guy talking about?"
You want to see Merritt's head explode?
I'm just gonna trail this, because if we are seeing a daily breakdown, then there's a chance that we just see a push to prior week low. I can't be too bearish, because look at names outside of the SMH sector. You have software, which is doing well, financials right under all-time highs, industrials ruin. So this is just rotation that we're seeing. What I actually think can happen, if I show this daily Qs chart, is what if, as we continue to rotate, we instead get a push lower, then some sort of fell breakdown, and then right back up and continue this range, right? Or we don't even get that. We just get the test the bottom of this wedge here as we're coming close into it, test this wedge support, and then bounce, right? But there's really nothing bearish about this action at all. I think people are forgetting that markets can consolidate after a big push. I mean, this is like straight up for how many weeks? 10, 12 weeks. This is normal. All right, let me move this over here. but we are coming into that daily wedge support in NASDAQ. So can we bounce from here? ES, put in a failed breakdown here at 75. Wait, you kept your long. You're short, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
I came out of the.
Oh, but you are short.
No, I just entered long.
Oh, your stop is down there. How do I decide the 3.5R? Is it the recent swing line? Do you mean like the last partial I took? I decided at 3.5R because that's a zone that I have. It's not on here, but here, I'll show you this other one. Here's a trading view indicator. You see this gray zone here? That's the zone I was sort of targeting. Just because we're extended on the 4-hour chart and the 15-minute is oversold. So I said, okay, maybe we only hit this zone and bounce. And so far, that's what we're doing, right? We undercut it a little bit, but this is the sort of short-term support we're sort of holding at. So I said, let me partial out there, and then I'll continue to look for prior week low unless prior day lows reclaimed. Or 20 support. Yeah, right on it, huh? Look at that. Oh man. Is it to the tick? Pretty much. Wow. All right, so that is actually, if you guys remember my morning plan, that is scenario 2 for me that I participated. I was looking for a possible bounce here to get rejected. We instead did have a small bounce. We backtested the 670s area, which is this, going back to the breakdown, and we're now seeing lower. So the trade that I took was in alignment with my morning plan that I created before the open. And my short was here after what, I highlighted 3 things. We bounced, we back tested the 600 zone, failed to reclaim the London low, failed to reclaim. And so what I did is I took the break below this sort of 9MA higher low candle here to manage risk my way, and was able to capture the move in alignment with scenario 2. And that's really all I'm looking to do on a daily basis. All right, so I'll stay in this trade, and then we're a little bit extended to the downside, so we can easily bounce. I'll be focusing on the IB strat now. Well, I just sit in this. I'll keep this here open here like this for now. Here we go for new lows in NQ. Yeah, let's see if we break through that 420 guy, huh?
stopped out here.
Yes, the black line is the 9 SMA. Oh, what happened with FTNT? I think I partialed out. Mags are strong as well. Like this is just this move lower is being led by the semis. Like you have Meta that's green, Google, Amazon is strong, Apple right under all-time highs. So once semis start bouncing, then NQ can bounce here. And probably gets stopped out here. ES probably puts in a full breakdown of the 75-60 zone and the overnight low. But I will remain short and see what happens. Yeah, Q's look like a breakdown candle. Net is doing well. And Q remains weak. How are you guys doing with your trades? Why do I check the screener map where all the companies are? I do not have a screener. I actually look at these names manually. I do have a screener when I'm doing like weekend work, but not during the day. Man, Teradyne destroyed.
Look at that selling.
BE wants to break down. SanDisk below the 50 EMA. I mean, these names are going to need weeks to recover. Oh, Mr. Market, you're in LA? Nice. Yeah, that 420 buyer now letting it break lower. Oh yeah, that was you right there on Sawtelle. Yeah, we should do a meetup there. No, there's so many. There's big line. No bounce in ES. Let's go to new lows. I was just with family. I didn't go out. Give us new lows. $420 guy is struggling here. See if we can get a flush here after we break this. Banks. Did Banks make a new all-time high? Oh, I think they did. New all-time high for XLF. See, just can't be too bearish. It's all right. Thanks, though. Nice. There we go. New lows here. Let's see. Next level that I have is 360s. It's this zone here. We're breaking below this wedge support in NQ. We have 360s right below. And then if we fail to hold there, we will reach my last scenario 2.1. Actually, let me bring the other chart. We will see the scenario 2.1 support, which is prior week low, where I would expect a reversal there from like 250s, 300. But for now, I will remain short. Currently doing well with this trade. Nothing much to do.
Next downside spot I have is like 74.80s in the S&P.
Partial out some of this. SPY is coming into its gap low here from prior day low. Let me share this chart. So maybe there is a reaction here in ES around 75.50s as SPY comes into this gap support. Qs are also into 7:15. A little bit away from prior week low, but we are into, what day is this? There's a slow area. So, maybe the combination of SPY going into the gap support and then Qs coming to Thursday's low, we get a reaction here. But if not, then we're going to see prior week low for both NQ and the Qs, which is my ultimate target here on the short. Pretty big IB today. At least we're getting some expansion finally, huh, guys?
I was confused when you said getting near, or talking about the target of last week's low. If you look at the S&P, look how far away we are from last week's low.
Oh yeah,
That's wild.
yeah,
I was like, dang, he's expecting that.
yeah. But
Very different picture in the Qs.
Yeah. So we failed to hold at the 360 zones. Prior week low, it can get hit here now as a final flush. That's a 270. I have partials at 300, which would be around, oh man,
It is accelerating.
7R, 8R. And once prior week low, it's cometh. Let me actually. Okay, so I actually took one off here at 7R. I'm going to continue holding the rest. Stop at break even on the rest. And let's see if we go take out prior week low here. Solid trade though. It was a good R day. Good R morning. Let's see how the IB strat does now, huh? Good expansion move lower. We are below all the trend filters, so maybe we get a good IB trade today. We'll see. Thanks, Cooper. Can I elaborate the trade, the idea behind this trade? I went over it in the morning plan. Quickly, I'll recap. Let me show the other chart. We broke lower from yesterday's consolidation. If you look at this 4-hour structure here, right here, this is just a lot of noise here, but it's creating a range for a breakout or down, right, away from here. So overnight, we broke lower, and that gave you an idea that to say, hey, okay, we are going to see continuation lower. And because we are in a wedge, we can either go to the top of the wedge resistance, which is somewhere up here, or wedge support, which was down here at the moment, right? So failure to really reclaim the 670s area here, which we tried in the morning on that morning sort of like 2-minute push up, failure to reclaim that, then we reject and follow lower to prior day low and then prior week low. So it's really the 4-hour time frame highlighted that we were breaking away from this range here. Then you have your first consolidation after that breakdown, which AKA is a bear flag right here. And then from that bear flag, you get a breakdown. So all I was doing was I was just aligned with the trend, right? The idea for a bullish sort of structure would be that if we can reclaim and get above this bear flag, or what I call a wedge consolidation, reclaim 670s and then push out. If we did not get that, then we would move lower to prior day low and then base support, which we are at now. So all I did was participate with that trend. And my entry was failure to reclaim this London low, which was technically the breakdown. You see, if we draw a box here, this is the consolidation. We broke lower. We have a lower low, lower high, back tested, and then rejected and moved lower. So that was my entry here. After we confirmed that we were failing to reclaim. And so I got short this candle low here as my entry. And it's pretty much what I look to do every single day. All right, so I have one contract left out of 8, which I did partial out at 7R. We are at that weekly base support, so there is a chance we don't take out prior week low. But I will continue holding the last runner in case we do, because this trade is more than paid for. I don't have enough R's on this indicator. And 10 minutes away from the IB. So we'll share that setup if it forms here before I get off. Oh, wow. What a spike in net. So net is the software. It's just crazy rotation. Like this is just semis unwinding. Rest of the market is okay. The Qs went lower. This is to me a daily breakdown attempt. What do I mean by that? Let me expand this. So this is your consolidation, okay? Your wedge resistance in Qs, your wedge support. And you see how we're attempting to break below the wedge? So to me, this is like day 1 of a breakdown, which can mean lower low, lower high, lower low. This would target June's low if we see like real sustained move lower below prior week low. But we need to wait for that and see, right? It's too early to tell. Because this could still, because of the rotation that we're seeing, this could just be a fell breakdown here and then bounce right back up and continue the range. So unless we live and find acceptance at or under prior week low and the 50 EMA here on the daily, like it's a bearish day, but also we could bounce. If not, this is day 1 of a multi-day breakdown here, which would be great for my IB strategy since it's a trend following approach. Chris, do you stick to the same time frame on every trade? Yes, I execute on the 2-minute, but I call myself an hourly trader because I'm capturing hourly trends, but I'm just trading off the 2-minute to manage risk on the 2-minute. Right? If I can find a trade on the 2-minute where I can risk 30 points to make, right now I'm up 240 points, right? That's what I'm looking to do over time. I want my winners to be substantially higher than my losers. That way the market can do the heavy lifting. And even though like trading is already hard enough as it is, so I let the market do the heavy lifting for me, and I just find the spots. The market will do the rest. Yeah, financials near all-time highs. Here comes prior week low and NQ. Google is doing really well. It's just no reason to be super bearish at the moment. Semis are just, you don't want to be in semis. All right, hopefully everybody had a good sesh. Hopefully the breakdown was clear of what could happen if levels did not hold, and the expansion move that we could get to the downside. Prior week low hit in NQ. This has to be like around what, 9R? I don't know. 10R soon?
10R, that's a big boy.
I wonder what we get for IB now, but I will be trading it, win or lose. I have 220s here as the next zone. I'll probably exit out of my trade then, because I do think we get a reaction here, either at prior week low or we undercut it, maybe fill breakdown and then bounce. I know, I can't believe it either. Where do I see all of that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Where do I see what? Does prior week low have more significance than prior day low? Yes. That can change the weekly structure, which is much more significant. I might exit here because we are at my last target, and I do think there's going to be a reaction here. So let's see how we react here in the next minute or so.
Now crude oil hits with the 240% relative volume.
All right, I'm out at prior week low, which is how many R's here? See, that's so here would be 7R, 8R, 9R, 10R. All right, so I got 10R on that last runner, and my trade is done. Google's going lower? What do you mean? Google's at what? Look at the chart in Google. What do you mean? Google is not bearish at all. Thanks, guys. I'm still looking too short now with the IB strat. So believe it or not, I'll activate my other strategy. So I'll walk you guys through that now if it forms. No, we'll be looking too short for the IB strat. What I think of Nike, I have not looked at that chart in years, my friend. Nike, what's Nike doing? Oh God, I don't even want to look at it. Oh Jesus, there's nothing to think about it. Just stay away. There's better names up there. Are you saying like what platform am I looking at those names? Trading View. Chris R boxes. I like it. Maybe it's my two kidneys that make me unprofitable. Listen, I don't want you to know what trading on with one kidney is. Okay, so stay with two of your kidneys, please. I would trade these 10 Rs for a kidney. All right, guys. All right, and we're bouncing from prior week low. So glad I closed there. All right, we have the IB set up now. If we bounce into this 25% mark of the IB, I will be looking to short, which we need to bounce into 360s. This is my position sizing indicator here for the strat. My average risk right now is $1,150. So that tells me how many contracts I need to get close to that 1,150 with my entry short indicator here. So I just have to, but one of the rules is that we need to bounce into the 25% mark in order for my short setup to be viable, right? If we don't get a bounce there, then there's nothing for me to do to engage. So I will be waiting. What is IB? IB is initial balance, the first hour of the market open. Hi, Chris. Would you trade the single stocks with the same system? I will, but you guys will actually see my swing trading system come to life here because I will only be looking to swing trade single stock futures. I will not be day trading them. I mean, maybe. I don't think so. I'm good with NQ. I will be swing trading them. My typical holding period is, it can be 1 hour if I get stopped out, or it can be 2 weeks. So hopefully I can take you guys through that journey of swing trading these single stocks.
And that's where you trade your size, right? Will you do that with
Yeah.
single stock futures?
Yeah. I mean, that's, it's percentage-based sizing. So I could have 10, 20, 30, 40% of a stock, 40% of the account into a trade if I'm only risking 1/4% or 0.5%.
Mm-hmm.
So don't need to risk much to have large size. Do I have some of the IB strat that you've already written somewhere? I do. It's part of the group that I had, the Discord group. There's a large educational library there. I think the videos now make up, I don't know, 6 hours, 7 hours maybe of educational content, all the parameters, all the rules, the back test. I've completed now 3 years full of back tests with different rules to come up with this strategy. It's all in there, but it's for the group here because they help me make it better as well. And there's some additional rules that I don't share that come into play. Yeah, production just shared my developer edge. So if you missed it and you want to tune in or you want to watch it, go ahead. I do not trade off trading view. I do not believe in that. I would not want to trade off trading view with size. So far, prior
Just
week
following up a
lows.
little bit on gold, we were talking about it was, rotational, but trying to hold outside of yesterday's balance, and that has now failed. It's trying to traverse, see if we get some kind of a pullback for a little second chance short entry at that before as long as that happens before we reach the other side. Sellers are really drying up in the S&P on these past couple rotations down.
Chris, when was the last time you had a losing week? Great question. And you know what? I'll tell you this. For the IB strat, I was losing for a month. Can you believe that? A month-long drawdown. In May, I made no money for the IB strat. And you know what? I kept executing. And my drawdown was $6,900. I recuperated that and made more in June for the IB strat. In June, the strategy made a new high water mark. So, these losing days or losing weeks don't really matter because they're just drawdowns. If you have a strategy that works, losing is my perspective on losing is different. Like when you guys think of losing, you think, oh no, I lost these accounts, these prop accounts you guys may be trading, or I don't know if I'm going to recover these losses. Like, am I a good trader? Like we all go through that stage, but eventually you create a strategy that works and you understand what a drawdown is. So I did. I had a 10%. Was it 10%? No. It was 13% drawdown in May, and it didn't make no money. My own trading did, but not the IB strat. Hi, Chris. The direction of your IB trade is decided on where the price is compared to the daily SMA at 10:30. Yesterday's close, which is above, doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be at 10:30. It's just where we are on the daily chart. Are we above the daily SMA 9 SMA or were we below it? We are currently below it. So the trend filter, right? That is my trend filter. Tells me that I need to be positioning short because to align with that daily time frame. The initial balance is the first hour. You can message me on this on Twitter, STs, and I can share info on the group. I don't have a website or things like that. Does that stress me? What stresses me? Talking about my drawdown? No. Like I've had a multi six-figure drawdown. Thankfully, a $6,900 drawdown does not affect me. When do you get to the point in your testing of the strategy and apply discretion to not trade it in a ranging market? Well, you wouldn't have to apply discretionary if you're trading a strategy. You would just be following the rules. And you deciding to trade or not trading in the ranging market should be a decision made by the strategy based on the rules that were created to achieve the outcome that you designed it to. There should be no discretionary decisions after the strategy is made. You are just executing that strategy. Yes, I will be doing another Develop Your Edge segment for, probably like a high-level overview of strategy creation, backtesting, things like that. I won't get into exact data because that'll just be a way too long of a video, but it'll be like an intro to that, right? Since a lot of you guys may not know how to create parameters that create a certain outcome and then test those parameters, iterate. So there'll be a Develop Your Edge segment for that. Why not automate the strategy? Because it cannot be automated. The rules that I created cannot be automated. So far, no programming software can identify the higher highs and the higher lows and the lower lows and lower highs through the same way that I can. No, they cannot. I've paid for programmers to try to do how I view trend structure, and it doesn't do it. It'll capture swing highs and swing lows, but it doesn't capture the internal structure of those, and that's what I focus on. Unless like a kick-ass programmer, then connect me with them or her. But I've reached out to Ninja, right, to Mike, and I've asked him to connect me with others, and he has, and they have not.
I guess I just don't know what you mean when you talk about internal structure inside of swing highs and swing lows.
So, for example, let me go to the higher time from here. This is chop. Okay, so an algorithm would consider this like a low, and then this a lower high, a higher low, and then a lower high, right? But inside of that, you have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low that then fails, creates a lower low, lower high, that fails.
Whoa. What, you just said something without defining it. So you said it fails.
Yes, it fails because it fails to respect that sequence, meaning, so you have your bounce attempt. This is the high of that bounce. Yeah. You pull back to the 9MA. That's your higher low. You get another bounce. That becomes your second higher high, which becomes the swing high. And then you come back into the 9MA to create the second higher low. If that higher low fails, or if that higher low does not hold like in the previous one, then that's when it fails. So you have a failure now and a trend completion from this low to this high when the second higher low ended. It could not provide support.
Simply put, you're saying you're successive for now that you have a higher high and a higher low, you're calling it an uptrend. And if that doesn't hold the lower, any lows that don't hold above the 9 represent a failure of that trend, right?
Yeah. So then check this out. So then you move lower and you start a new breakdown attempt. So this becomes your first lower low and then bounces to the 9MA. So you have your lower high.
But it's not a lower low.
It is a lower low against the last higher low. Let me delete this and draw this part again here. This here is the higher low into the 9MA right here, okay? You see that?
I mean, to me, it's weird how you drew that from the low into the moving average, but you didn't go to the swing high.
No, this is the uptrend. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Okay?
Well, it's not a low yet, so you can't call it a higher low.
It's a higher low against the 9MA, which is the trend structure that I'm following. So it is a higher low into the 9MA.
It's a potential low, but the low never forms until much lower.
No. It has to hold there. That becomes
no wonder you can't code it
here. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, my view of trend structure, which I believe is strong and I have a good understanding of, they cannot, the algorithm can't read it correctly. But this is an expansion move, okay? Can I draw a box? No. This is the lower, for example, this second higher high, higher low is the trend that puts in from this swing low to this swing high. So into that swing high, you have a full trend completion, which is 2 higher highs, higher lows. Price eventually puts in a higher low into the 9MA, and we do not bounce, right? We do not get another push. So that is trend failure and completes the move from point A to point B. So then you have a breakdown attempt, meaning a push below the 9MA to start a new what? Lower low, lower high, lower low sequence. Well, into that move lower, you have your first low. It's the first low because we bounce back into the 9MA. If we did not bounce back into the 9MA, you would continue looking for lower prices. So you have a low and then a lower high. From here, you are to reject and make a new low. And if not, that trend, that breakdown attempt fails. And I don't want to go back and forth, but it continues. Then you have another breakdown attempt.
Yeah, but it traded above the 9MA, so you have to figure out the precision level there.
Well, the trend here, you have your low, your lower high, and then we're supposed to reject. We fail to reject, so we push a new breakout attempt. You have a new high, and then the backtest of the 9MA is supposed to create a higher low. And in pulling back, it fails and it continues lower. So that breakout attempt fails. It's very minor, but this is the trend sequence. Eventually,
I think you have to let go of the concept of, it's just reframing it. I think you have to let go of calling it a low or a high just because it's about to intersect with the 9MA. I think you have to have the price-based swing high, swing lows, and higher ones and lower ones, right? And then you have to have a separate independent algorithmic quantitative read of whether it's holding above or below the moving average, and then you put those together into kind of all the if-then scenarios for both independent pieces, right? Isn't that the answer?
You mean looking at it to isolating them separately?
But then you have overarching logic that says if this and this, then that, right? And you start putting all those together. I think
sure, but it's not going to change the way trend structure is following the 9MA. Like this is why I'm saying like this cannot be coded. The algorithm cannot understand the lower. It doesn't think that this is a lower low because we're technically, inside this swing low and swing high. So
it's not a lower low,
but it is against the 9MA trend, not the overall structure. We're following a very specific substructure along the 9MA.
It just failed to stay above the 9. That's all.
And that is failure of the breakout attempt for a new uptrend.
Perfect. I think it's just I think there's a little bit of like a naming thing, a nomenclature thing, that if you like really put pen to paper and work through, I think you could get it. I think you can get it there.
I hope. Chris just got 8R. He can call it whatever he wants.
Yeah. Chris creates the words we use.
Shab, I'm using the 9SMA, not 9EMA. Well, you know what, Shab? You already know this. Get out of here. Stop. You already know this. Don't play with me. On the last trade, the short, where did I look? Where did I put my stop? I put my stop right here, which was the swing high, because, and this was my entry right here. Oh, stop. What the? My entry was right here. So if we bounced up and reclaimed that, then we would now start an uptrend per my definition, right? Which is what I teach, and what, you guys might not like this, but it's the way the market moves.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You guys won't like that, but this is literally how the market moves. Just, in 5 years, I'll write my book, and then you guys would be like, you know what? He was right. Merritt, I can show you this in detail, and you'd be surprised. Like the market is literally respecting this sequence over and over and over again.
We could get a random number generator, and we could put any period moving average, and we could say, look, there it works. Look, there it works. Look, there it works. I'm not saying it's not a good framework for you, but I just think you're overstepping saying that it's, the machine. It's a good framework. It helps you see where the price action is happening from essentially a momentum perspective. But yeah, Estes Venture says, Merritt, who just got 10R? Not me. This guy. So we'll listen to him.
Chris CT. The algorithm only lives inside my brain. Listen, guys, I don't know what to tell you guys. I day trade the same strategy. I swing trade the same strategy. My long-term investments are the same strategy. It's all fractals. So I will say 60% of the time, it works every time.
We're still seeing the buyers outweigh the sellers here into this low area in the S&P for what it's worth. I don't know where we are relative to the 9 SMA, but
Recursion, make this algo then for me. I'll pay you. If you guys know any programmers, send them my way.
There's one talking to you in the chat right now.
Chris, as an old programmer, you need to sit with a pro and explain it in very detailed way. Okay, connecting with an old programmer.
He is one.
He doesn't want to connect with me.
How do you know that?
Connect with me then. We're putting in that fell breakdown at prior week low and in Q now. Message me on X. I will literally pay anybody who creates this.
This guy's good, but he's going to make you angry.
Mm-hmm. I tried with Claude. Claude is not an old programmer. Okay, it doesn't cost 100 grand. Okay.
Anybody shorting this momentum shift here?
You are.
Not me.
I know, my heart, but I mean, it is the higher low and lower low. You You may not think it is, but it is.
Another push. Has your IB strat not fired anything off?
No, we need to bounce into the 25% mark, which is around 366. But it will be looking too short. I'm not a fan of it, but it will be looking too short because we are at weekly base support. We're at prior week low. So bounce seems higher probability.
The desk having a big day today. Only 2 traders are down.
Thanks, Dave. Chris, tweet an example with everything shown for your strat so I can try to work that for you. No, thanks. Did I get long? No. The IB strat's looking
Daniel
too
Lopez,
short.
once you pass the milestone and you're in that desk building phase, you have full direct access to me and the team.
Good morning.
Hey,
Morning.
good morning.
What's up?
How you guys doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? I caught this breakdown. How'd you guys do?
I
haven't
wasn't really
done
at my
much.
desk.
Oh, okay.
I was
Welcome.
trying to get
You were getting
long
a
down
blowout.
here.
The hair's looking good.
My charts are still loading, so I had to restart Ninja. But I was trying to get long down here
Thanks,
around
Merritt.
the
Week low.
250s.
Your hair looks good too, Nick.
Thank you.
I did take a gold short, just a 1 micro short off the 2 hour. 2 hour looks really good for a continuation lower. Again, just a 1 micro. I've got stops at that high, so pretty wide stop. But if it's to work out, I think GC can see much lower here. So just gonna be holding that probably for the rest of the day. I don't expect the move to happen, while we're on stream. But I did just enter that. And then I did also take shorts on the Russell, which, is a bit risky here. But I don't know how they can just bounce us 1 point away from sweeping previous week low. So I
could
would
they?
like to, what'd you say?
How could they?
How could they? I mean, come on, it was just a 1 point. Might as well just come down and sweep it. But that's basically what I want to see here. I want to see us just sweep that low. Obviously, a very risky entry whenever you're trying to, re-enter shorts after such a large move. But yeah, that's what I've got cooking.
Cool.
Solid. Well, you guys enjoy your sesh.
Whoa,
Merritt,
whoa. It's only been 15 seconds after 11. You're ready to boogie?
listen,
That's the way it works.
I'm up at 4:50 in the morning for these streams.
Yo, I cannot believe that. All
Okay.
right, fine. You're dismissed. You
15
can go.
seconds too late, if you ask me. All right, you guys enjoy your sesh. Merritt,
See you,
good trading.
brother.
We'll see you next week. All right, man.
Ciao, guys.
Later,
Later,
guys.
chat. You guys take care.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Salma.
Hi, good morning.
Does my gain sound better? Everybody behind the scenes.
You sound good to me. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, okay. And to address anyone that says I look tired, yeah, that would be traveling with a toddler for the first time. So everybody was running on minimal sleep. So that was
Ooh,
fun.
where'd you guys go?
We were home in Southern California,
Oh, very nice.
seeing my parents, and yeah, just was an eventful an eventful trip. She actually did great on the plane. It just was nobody was sleeping. So that was a joy.
You guys just got back?
We got back yesterday, like
Oh,
midday.
nice.
So fun stuff. But she got to go to the beach. It was a lot of fun. Good 4th of July, and yeah, it's good to be home.
Sounds like it was worth it.
Yeah. But I do enjoy sleep. Nick's from
You know
California.
what?
Yes.
I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, damn, the morning came by quick. You ever have those sleeps where you feel like you barely slept, even
All
though
the
you
time.
slept for 7 hours?
If I get 7 hours, and I don't sleep, like if I didn't sleep during the 7 hours, that's a problem. It's
Yeah,
very rare that I get
sometimes-
7 hours.
Sometimes
Since
it
I'm
just
up at
feels too
5 by
quick.
choice, not to be like Chris and come jump on stream. I'm up at 5 so that I can function with the rest of my day.
Yeah, that's wild.
But how was your weekend? How was your 4th?
My weekend was pretty laid back. Didn't do too much. Really crappy weather here.
Oh yeah,
So no fireworks, nothing like that,
I heard.
unfortunately.
My sister lives there, so she was saying, yeah, you guys were getting storms.
Yeah, it sucks because for the past 2-3 weeks, weekdays have been super hot, really nice weather, and then the weekend we just get rained out. And it's as if Mother Nature just wants everybody inside on their day off. So there you go.
Always fun. Have
But
I taken any trades? Yeah, I took one earlier. I was trying to get long. It was like the July. I guess it's technically like previous week low. Yeah, I guess it was kind of like this area. Ivy low, 280s, 250s, 260s. Like I got here, and then this little dip down stopped me out. So I haven't done anything since then. I didn't trade yesterday, as you never really should, as I've learned that the hard way. Trying to take or manage trades while going through a TSA line is usually a mistake. So yeah, no, thank you.
did you see NinjaTrader's comment in the chat saying NT Live Discord is loading? Guys, the Discord is coming soon. Are we excited for that or what?
Yes, chat. Let us know your thoughts. Salma's gonna probably hang out in there. She's gonna start critiquing the Pepe emojis.
I'll probably be the one to add the Pepe emojis. So
That's true.
Yeah, guys, if you want some Pepes, no, but seriously, they did drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to be a moderator. So make sure you sign up for that if you guys, you want a mod. Bro, I thought that was from you, Nick. That's production, right?
I have my Discord. That was production, but I have my.
Production.
It freaked me out for a second because my logic is on every computer. I turn off the sound alerts for Discord because I'm just annoyed. I was annoyed by them for the longest time. Like, because it brought me back to like, I mean, you probably never did this, but I worked in a world where the sound of a Teams notification, a call from Chime or from Slack or whatever, like all of these Zoom, like whatever, all of those sounds when you get somebody messaging you or incoming calls from your web conferencing internal chat communication, it just like PTSD gets triggered. So I turn it off.
Yeah, I put my Discord on D&D, so I don't hear any of those sounds.
Yeah,
Nobody
see, the
got
chat
time
knows.
for that. Look, Tracy, even Tracy said that sound is the worst.
There is nothing worse than being a remote worker and hearing that go off. So, recommendation, turn it off. You don't need that negativity in your life.
Mad funny.
We're still in this. I mean, I've been talking about it for weeks. We're still in this dang balance. So we'll see if it continues. Just a nice big balance at all-time highs. Always fun. I have issues. Yeah, I got a lot of issues. That's what therapy is for.
Even Blue Shark, even the order filled sound is so annoying. It's cool for like the first 2 times you place a trade, and then yeah, it gets old very fast.
Yeah, that's funny because I did I mean, Tradeovate was the first like live brokerage that I was trading on, and the order filled thing, I had it on for the longest time and like stop filled, and then I just eventually same thing. I didn't need that negativity of hearing stop filled in my life, like the English accent guy just trolling me. I'm waiting for Kane to come in and actually do the new voice of that.
Do you remember when Jack first came on the network, and whenever he'd be streaming and entering into position, I don't know if you were streaming with him at the time, but every time he would enter a position, you would hear order filled, and then every time he got stopped out, there was a sound for everything until like production was like, okay, we need to mute that. Like I remember them asking Jack to just shut that off because it was just, I don't know how it was even coming through onto the stream. We heard
order
it all.
filled.
Oh,
that.
PTSD right there. That is the equivalent of a Teams incoming call right there. What kind of freak doesn't have issues? Yeah, what kind of, you wouldn't be a trader if you don't have some sort of issues.
Hey. Speak for yourself. No, though, there definitely has to be something a little bit wrong with you to be trading. All right, I don't really love this push here. Probably get stopped out of this. Guys, I just let my hair be natural. This is just natural hair.
It really did stop me out of that and then rip it.
Yeah, the 30-minute hammer on the Russell is probably going to stop me out. Let me see.
Chat, how'd you guys do this morning as well as yesterday?
I watch every time frame, Meher. I like the 15, 30, hourly, 2 hour, 4 hour. Just something that I've always done.
The chat is very, very much into talking about hair products and hair care currently.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Welcome to Midday Markets, sponsored by L'Oreal.
L'Oreal, if you're watching,
Hit us up.
yeah, hit us up.
What is happening in the chat right now? I don't know
Yeah,
what you guys are doing.
It's getting a little weird. All right, cool. I'm out of this. Donzo.
Yeah, sitting at the July open. Yeah, I would like to see potentially us just continue to rotate off the bottom of this balance, last week's lows sitting here. And once again, just kind of traverse back up towards the week open, maybe. 30,000 was going to be my pivot. My prep from Sunday that I kind of half-assed, but I got it out there because I was bored. 30,000, I feel like, is just the spot I'm going to continue to watch. Psychological trigger, as well as just the week open kind of sitting up there.
Yeah, let's see if we slow down here, though, at the 15 or 30-minute 9 EMA. It could just recover the whole move.
I could see it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked, honestly. But it would really just be a tad bit annoying seeing the low day on the Russell be 89 and then previous week low be 88. Like, why not just the 1 point? I wonder how many people had targets there and they just completely missed them by a point. Probably a lot.
Mm-hmm. It's not working.
You're just watching NQ, right?
I was looking at gold a second ago, NES, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
think
I'm
gold
really
looks
looking at
really
today.
good.
The crude was doing crude things.
Yeah, it popped about $2, a little less than $2.
Yeah, I didn't even see crude yesterday. I saw we dipped down into like, or sorry, even Friday and Thursday. We're still trading in the kind of mid 60s. Crazy.
I know, it was nice. I went and filled up my tank, and it was a little bit less than what I've been used to for the past
It sure
couple
does come
months.
down a lot slower.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Tracy says 2 more tankers hit today. Great.
Joy.
Great.
It's funny though, every time this was like the first, I would say, not vacation. I wouldn't call this a vacation because it didn't end up feeling that way. But when I take like mandatory or forced time away from the markets, it's like my brain coming back. It's like trying to remember where things were trading because I literally was not actively watching. Obviously Friday being kind of the half day, but Sunday, I really was not paying that much attention to how we opened and everything else. And then yesterday I was traveling. So it's like trying to get my lay of the land back again this week.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know how like guys like Pax do it where they can just recall price off the top of their head. I mean, I know and understand they've been doing it for such a long time, but to have like the brain power to allocate just for random numbers and levels and you can just recall it. And he'll tell you about levels from like 10 years ago. And I'm like, how does your brain work like that?
I don't know.
Goes back to what we were saying before.
Oh yeah.
There's got to be a little bit something wrong with you to be a trader.
There 100% is. You must endure and love pain, mental, emotionally, and physically.
Salma, when are you going to live stream the Asia session? Waterworld, whenever production gives the okay of them wanting to stay after hours, which I don't think will happen.
Does NQ want to break down here?
Yeah, like 15-minute rejecting on the Russell. Chat, what do you guys think happens from here? Let's see. Let's do like an unofficial poll. Just say in chat, do you think we go up or do we make new lows? Down, down, breakdown, new lows. 75.10. Oh, wow. You want ES to drop another 25 points, 26 points.
Where did my YouTube chat go? There it goes. Could not find it. We're going to make new lows, I think. Yes.
So you're telling me they stopped me out for no reason on the Rusty. Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah, probably.
And then I got to sit here and hate watch this thing? Risk Gambler says, Salma, why do you use TradingView? Because I am an Apple user. That is why. And I don't think that'll ever change.
Just need to get more computers like me.
I don't have space anymore, Nick. I legit don't know where, if I wanted to add something to my setup, I don't know where it would go.
That's how I feel, but yet more computers just magically appear. I almost bought a NVIDIA Spark the other day.
Oh, that's crazy.
Which is basically like the PC version at this point of a Mac Studio.
I have a Mac Mini, which is pretty cool to have, but I don't think it's too necessary, honestly. It does power up my ultra wides though.
It's overpriced. Everything's overpriced. I just wanted a file server that sits on my network for a couple use cases. And it's like, I might as well buy another computer that's got more space on it because that's how much hard drives are. Insane. Can't do it. Somebody out there from Synology or Ugreen just needs to send me one for free. That'd be fun. I appreciate it. I really kind of want to see ES make a new low and then potentially try to buy this if it comes back. Spark is for development though. Well, what do you think I'd be using it for? Literally what I'd be using it for.
What level you guys have below to the downside? 75.16 if ES gets below 75.31. And then for the Russell, I want to see us just sweep this previous week low. It's bothering me.
On Russell?
Yeah, on the Rusty, yeah.
The Russell. God, I couldn't
speak.
The
Russell, yes. 29.87.
Yeah, 29,000. What would that be? 140s to 115s. It's like the next spot lower that I'm kind of watching. If we got there. Has anyone actually tested the one from AMD? I saw it. I just have not really looked that aggressively at it.
All right, I'm going to set another limit for shorts. I'm going to try this one more time. I just need Russell to get up there a little bit higher for my fill, and then, yeah.
Here we go.
Morning, good-looking people. Good morning to you too. Thank you.
Yes, chat. I have missed you. I have missed interacting with y'all over the last few days. It's good to be back.
Wait, how long have you been gone for?
I left Thursday like first thing in the morning.
Oh,
So
so you
for me, 4 days. I mean, Thursday, I'm usually doing something on a Thursday, and then Friday. It's weird just not being engaged. And we also didn't do show last night with Stowe and me, and we didn't do Sunday. So it's just like, I feel like I have not shouted into the void in a few days when I'm used to doing it like 5 days a week.
I'm saying why I went on YouTube looking for the stream at like 10 p.m. trying to catch you guys before you hop off.
Well, we had talked about it, and then I was tired, and last night it was like the US was playing. It made no sense to do one on Sunday or yesterday, really. But I was fully prepared and ready to do it because I had built a remote setup. But,
listen, a break sometimes is good.
Stronger forces than me needed to sleep and get the baby home. So it's all good.
Yeah, Shapcap, I've been waiting to get involved.
Well, I'm just going to send you Leo's code, not code.
Bro, I'm going to just show up and my
in.
name is going to be Leo. That's cool.
Oh, but so I built, everything's dynamic. I can change anything on the fly. So I said, hey, we got Leo in from the pool that one time.
Oh, yeah, that was funny.
Because that was ridiculous.
You could hear the water too.
Yeah, you could hear his like glass, his drink of choice, like clicking. Yes, holding, or excuse me, NQ holding previous week low.
Yeah,
was I one of those rabble rousers on Newport Beach? No, I was further south in Dana Point. But that was insane because I used to live on the peninsula and just above it off 17th Street. And that was really, really sad to see.
Yeah. Still, midnight open is my target, but I think gold can still go lower. This definitely looks good for a continued sell-off. But I don't love trading gold during New York sesh. It's very rare for me to see such a nice setup like this.
Crude still moving higher.
Yeah.
I'm gonna trade crude. Gosh. Like, do I might try to buy this again.
What are you gonna do?
I might buy this, but I kind of want, like I said, I wanted to see ES take out the low of the day first.
What's ES doing? Let me see.
It's more like the bottom of the range play in NQ. Like we're kind of sitting there. I don't know if it's going to take out its low. It doesn't look like it. But also like looking at this, I mean, it's still, I can't say anything's broken until we really lose like 29K with some force. Otherwise we're just balancing.
Yeah.
Yes, I will. What? Dermis? This just says Nick. How can I help you, good friend? Nick, you live just south of me. Solana Beach. Nice. Yeah, I hadn't been home in years at this point. Like at least a random Christmas, like a few years ago. So it was good just to be back and, you get off the plane and suddenly the air feels different. You can smell the salt in the air. And yeah, it's not 100 degrees. So that was nice. Just being able to sit outside and actually feel like I needed a jacket at night was crazy.
Do you go there often or?
No, I have not. I had not been back since pre-baby.
She's like what, like 2 years?
She'll be 2 in November, but basically like when my wife was pregnant, we never went. We took like other trips. We just never seemed to make it back. And then my parents were redoing a house, so it was like there wasn't a place to really stay, so it just kept getting pushed back. Yes, are you going to break 34?
Why do we get the sleepy action and Merritt and Chris got all the fun?
I really did have a feeling this was going to happen.
Bro.
I was like, I'm going to finally get comfortable, kind of, really looking at where we're going, how we're trading, and then suddenly it's just going to come to a standstill. Arval is going to fall off a cliff.
And behold, exactly what happened.
Yep. Euro close might help. Yeah, that's another reason to kind of wait this and see.
Oh yeah, we got 4 more minutes until then.
Oh, and for those of you who were curious or have been wanting and waiting, I'm actually doing a Develop Your Edge session next Thursday. So we'll talk a lot about volume profile, how I use that on my long time frame charts to set levels, define levels, and areas of entry that I then go gauge order flow and action that occurs within the market in real time. So how do I kind of position and identify spots that I'm looking to engage with on the longer time frame, and then use it to actually guide my day trades? It's a lot what we'll be talking about.
Wait, isn't XY also doing one this week?
If he's doing part 2, it wouldn't shock me. But
yeah, I think so.
He might be. I don't know. I'm doing next week. Because I didn't want to come back from vacation, because I was originally coming back tomorrow or tonight, and then be full brain fog mode for 2 days, and then trying to get my head back into the swing of things. So we're going to do it next week.
That'll be I'll tune in. That'll be fun. Are there any resources chat can use to prepare for your edge session?
That's a good question. I mean, you can check out my website. You can check out the course. You could check out mine and XY's and Stowe's and Leo's playbooks that are all sitting on vibetraders.com. But yeah, that's really where all my stuff is these days. You can check out my NinjaTrader page too. I don't know if they have the link to my trader profile, because I did create a piece of content for it as well. Kind of an abbreviated must knows from my course and the way I trade. So you can check that out too. It's called the 30-second timeout. There you go. Right there.
Oh wait,
in the chat.
you have a profile. Oh, this is my first time seeing it.
Yeah. We have a profile. What do you think about doing a meetup at Terry Black's in Deep Ellum? I have not been to Deep Ellum in a long time, and I have no intention of going back anytime soon. It used to be fun. It used to be the art district. Now it's Gotham City, and I have no interest. Darian, don't you live in Dallas? Or somebody in the chat lives in Dallas. Like actually in like the heart of Dallas, like I do. Can't remember who it is. Nick, I half no see you buying this. Come on. What is there to buy? I mean, I talked about getting long like right here around the previous week low. I mean, it's probably going to send it now because I was talking and not paying attention. But yeah, it's just that it's so slow right now. We're just kind of sitting, waiting.
It really came 1 point from my limit and starting to pull back. I hope I can enter for a move.
Yeah, okay, maybe that was definitely you then, Darian. Oh, yes, but yes, in fact, XY is doing a part 2 of Develop Your Edge on this Thursday, excuse me, after trade the close. Darian, I wouldn't be a streamer if I don't remember everybody that's ever said anything to me at any given time in the chat and be able to just recall it from memory. That's what being a good streamer boy is all about. See, but here's the thing. You said, I'm assuming Nick is a Ravenclaw and Salma is a Hufflepuff. I have no knowledge or
Wait, what?
I'm not a Harry Potter guy, so I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. Don't ask me anything about that.
I read the first book and then saw the first movie and had no interest in continuing. It just was not my thing. Didn't click with my brain. I might offend people in the chat, but it's just I never got into it. Couldn't do it. Nick, how about your outrovert personality side? I don't really have an outrovert personality. I don't know. Streaming's different, I guess, is the way I could describe it. But yeah, there's a lot of days when by the end of the day we're streaming for half the day and then maybe doing one late night with the boys or something. Like my brain is done and like I want zero social interaction. It's like by the time I put my daughter down after a day like that, it's just I don't want another word to come out of my mouth. Like it just you're that done.
Brain is fried.
Yep. I don't believe in magic. The only magic that exists is the white van magic. They are all knowing and all powerful.
All right, I'm canceling this order.
Oh, come on. It's going to go. It's going to go as soon as we get off stream.
and as soon as it fills me, it's going to freaking rip. I'm okay. I don't have a good feeling about this. I shall just hold on to my gold short.
Hey, Jude, that's exactly how it was for me. Nick, have you seen more success reversing at a potential spot when in a position or holding for target? I am not a good hit the old reverse card guy. I've never been good at exiting, let's say, runners or closing a position and flipping my bias that quickly. Like it has to really get aggressive for me. It's like I need to actually get stopped out. It's very rare that I'm like, I'm going to close my runner here because I see sellers like initiating aggressively and I want to join with them. The only way I think I've ever done it successfully is usually on like a violent move down that I start to see buyers like immensely stepping in, and it kind of spooks me out of it. And maybe I wouldn't say hit reverse, but I might be then kind of cautiously looking to jump back in long. But it's been like maybe a few times in my trading career that I could honestly say I did that successfully versus just me exiting the trade and calling it a session. Yeah, there's been a lot of situations where maybe that reversal happens and I hate watch it the rest of the way. And also ones when I'm still sitting in a runner that gets all the way stopped back to break even. So I'm just I'm not good at the reversal thing. Some people can do that successfully, like with order flow or with another strategy. It comes to an area and it's a good spot to hit reverse. I've just never been good at it.
Wasn't it your idea for us to do a competition where you can only reverse?
We were going to do a bell to bell stream. You could never exit your position. You had to just hit reverse the whole day, which is terrible TV for the wrong session.
Just pure degeneracy.
Well, we started this when I was doing the Sunday Open, and we were like I was going to have like Kane jump in and like everybody throughout the night. Not that I actually pitched this, but this is what we were jokingly talking about doing, which was just like have Leo and Kane kind of come on at some point as we were starting for the Sunday Globex Open. And then they have to compete against each other with one micro, but they can never not be in a position. But that's just not that fun. The wrong time of year, the wrong session. It's just, that's very, very terrible TV. It turns into a podcast because nothing happens. Is the Gamma in the room with us? I don't know. What did the JP Morgan caller people say? Did they roll their collar for the new quarter? Probably.
NQ holding on to previous week low for dear life here.
Yeah, ES is just clink. And they built a nice little node down here in ES. If you lose it, though, probably heading down towards 715s-ish, 710s. 715s. I can't speak today. 75 tenths.
Yeah, I've got 16.
Yep.
This
down
next
there.
Target. 178-ish on NQ. But yeah, wow. This really missed me by a point and is starting to go. That's cool. Very cool. Chad, give us something to talk about.
Yeah, what would you guys like to talk about as we're waiting for ES to make a new low here and push us below the 75.30s? In other news, I know everybody's been waiting and wanting. I'm going to do a new AI video trailer, whatever you want to call this scene. I think at this point, it's not even a trailer. It's going to be a scene because that's fun.
Bro, how are you even doing all those?
Every time I do it, I get better at it because I figure out how to improve the structure. So yeah, stay tuned. It's going to be a full Western scene with me and Stowe.
Nick's about to take Hollywood out of business. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, we're not close to that, but I'm having fun with it. But yeah, there's nothing like your friends no longer being safe because I have several versions of their likeness and can now make them into anything I want. And reality can be whatever I want it to be.
Kind of scary.
Yeah, it is actually.
It's kind of scary.
What did I think of last night's game? I think you mean match, sir. You're going to offend a lot of our friends across the pond by calling it a game. It was sad. I think we very much shot ourselves in the foot, and it could have been a much more competitive contest had a few early mistake not happened.
Glenn, I'm not sure what do you mean when I set sights on 9 EMA bounce trade. I was just looking for a 9 EMA reject on the 15. I just literally set my limit order at the 9 EMA but it missed me. So that was a sell limit, not a buy.
Darian, let me see. Your question, do you use that as confirmation we're going to have a large trend day, or do you use them for reversal points we are tracing? I didn't actually see what I don't remember what the leg to leg. Sorry. That's weird. My open box didn't print. I'm seeing it on my other chart. I guess I don't see the leg to leg. I'm on ES. That's why. Idiot. I would say reversal points, but it's like an area that if you're seeing like those large, like, because that was kind of what got me in the first long that kind of came down here. There was just a large order that came in on the leg to leg profile. It reset, so I can't show you, but it was kind of in that, like this spot. There was a larger player that came in, and a big red line on the leg to leg that's sitting there is just very much sticking out of the volume profile or the leg to leg profile. And it kind of was using it to lean my stop against, where if we got below that, I was going to get out of the trade. And that's exactly what happened, because we got that next little leg down. But you can even see it here. Like, I wouldn't say I'm using these as reversal points, but I use them much more as like entry criteria, as well as kind of invalidation points on the shorter time frame in that current leg to leg build that we're starting to do. And stay tuned, because that's going to be releasing soon for free for everybody on NinjaTrader too. The free version of the leg to leg volume profile and delta profile. So it'll be cool. But yeah, I don't have it. I don't remember what it showed in real time. I was kind of just getting to my desk and getting comfortable around the open. So I did not actually see what the leg to leg was currently doing right there. Will Trump bring the U.S. team back in the game? Yes, we're going to phone FIFA and get the result overturned. The ass-kicking result by Belgium. It really felt like...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it really felt like when they had control of the ball, they were able to get it close and get some scoring chances very quickly, even in like the second half when we were seemingly in a lot of control. It took like one misstep and suddenly Belgium had a scoring opportunity. So I don't know. As much as it felt like a close match at times, that seemed very one-sided when they actually pressed against us.
Read a tweet on Twitter that said Trump is gonna impose tariffs on Belgium now.
Yep.
I thought that was funny.
RIP to those Belgian chocolates. They're gonna get real expensive. Nick, the absolute free course is an absolute gem. Well, Rich, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do either of you have any prop trading experience? I think we both do, yeah.
Unless you're talking about real prop. Talking about real prop? No.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, as far as prop trading with all of our lovely firms out there in the space, the Lucids, the Tradeifys, everybody else out there, yeah, do have. That's the only reason I'm streaming today is because of those firms. So yes, I have an insane amount of experience utilizing them, being live with several of them, and then eventually winding myself back to just trading my own capital because I was tired of doing the eval funded account little gambit. When you really get down to the nitty gritty, even if you're very, very profitable with them, I just was tired of like the mental reset of building accounts from zero versus just trading my own money. I'm much happier not trading prop, and I've said this, but I'm gonna probably after the summer I'm gonna loop them back in a little bit. I'm gonna try to broadcast like a full journey from eval to back to live with a firm or two. So that should be fun.
KDR, you have issues, my friend. You just freaking turkeyed yourself. That's hilarious.
That's funny.
Freaking turkeys. It's actually mad funny.
That's what XYZ used to do. Just would say that to everybody, yeah, like use their code. It's XYZ.
Yeah.
That's funny.
He's done that to me several times.
Yeah.
Mihar, what you need is to go touch grass. That's what you need.
No, they're not going to make the new low. We're just going to send it now.
Don't say that.
I am watching the buyers come roaring back here on NQ. As you can see by these lovely blue candles that are getting painted. Yeah, I did not think this was just casually came in. I mean, there was a larger player that came in here at 250 and then they just sent it right after, but it took forever to kind of build. What ES do? Yeah, ES decided like, no, we're not going to leave. We're going to leave that low. We're just going to get within a couple points and then go. Okay,
see, this is what
fun.
I'm talking about. Hold on. We were 2 points away from making a new low. Like, what?
Just curious, how long does the average trader take to pass an eval? Are there stats for that? I'm sure there are. It depends on the account. It depends on how if there's consistency in the eval stage, how many days are required to trade. Every firm's going to be different. But ones that there's a lot out there that it's your own pace and there's no renewal. Like it's a one-time fee for the sim account, and you can take as long as you want because a lot of the firms have eliminated the monthly recurring billing for a single account. So you can take as long or as quickly. Some of them are 1 day to pass. Like you pass it, you can activate the funded account, the sim funded account as soon as you pass. So really depends. But for the most part, I think that data is going to be skewed too, because you get a lot of people that send accounts and just try to pass them as soon as possible, which is not positive as far as statistical data to really use. That doesn't really help formulate anything outside of that people are just trying to pass them as soon as possible rather than actually do what I would suggest, which is why are you just lighting, let's call it $50 to $100 on fire, trying to pass an account as quickly as possible versus doing it the right way. And I'm guilty of it myself in one time or another, wasting a couple $1,000s in a given month because I'm trying just to pass an account as quickly as I humanly can for some reason.
But I'd also say like, obviously you're paying for life when you pay that eval fee. So you do have as long as you want to pass that account, but also it shouldn't be like a 1 month, 2 month long process, you know? Like obviously take your time and size appropriately and do all those things, but don't get stuck staying in the eval phase. Like the point is to pass it and to move on to the next stage. So yeah, you have all the time, but I don't know, it's like a fine line between being a degen and trying to do it so fast and also being super conservative and being too scared to, make some money. Yeah, McDog, I still don't love that low on ES, but market doesn't care about what I love and hate. Yeah, rogue shots, I believe, I agree. I agree with you. What is bad advice? What did I say? I just said there's a fine line between taking too long and being fast and churning through accounts. I don't even think I gave advice. Just made a statement. Damon. Oh God. Russell looking weak still. Why I'm rejecting weekly open here as well.
Okay. They're still offering up here too. Like we're just now to the top of the little node that yes was built out, but hadn't done anything since.
Looks like Nick, our session is just boring.
I know. They didn't want us to have fun. But I had
a
fun.
whole lot of nothing. Oh, yeah,
Chat, did you
still
have fun? That's the important part. Did everybody have fun?
Oh, Nick, I have a good movie for you. It's my turn to recommend a movie.
You have a movie
to the
for
chat.
me.
Yes, because somebody just brought up Gladiator. So, Damon, thanks for the reminder. So yes, you asked me what I did this weekend. One of the things I did was watch a movie on TV. It was such a good freaking movie. And if you guys have not seen it, I 10/10 recommend. It's called Hurricane on Netflix. It's based on a true story about a boxer who gets wrongfully convicted for murder. Literally, probably one of the most like top 5 movies I've ever seen. It's so good. Denzel Washington. Great movie. Yes, Reuben Carter.
I actually have. This is a Denzel one I have actually not seen.
Nick, when I tell you, I loved the movie and it was so crazy. B-Man, I've listened to Bob Dylan Hurricane for years. Never knew what it was about, never thought to dissect the lyrics, nothing like that. I'm watching this movie and I'm like, holy shit. This song was written about this guy. Oh my God. It was such a good, nice full circle moment for me. It was great. Jim, what's
Jim.
up, dude?
Nothing much. You're bringing back flashes of 1976.
Jim, Hurricane, great song by Bob Dylan. Amazing song.
1976, yeah. It's long too. It's like 27
It's 7
minutes.
minutes long. Yep.
Okay. Anyway,
Oh,
good
so
call
good.
though. Great story. It was a sad story though.
It's from where I'm from. So it's so cool. Like when you watch like a movie or a show and you're seeing parts of Jersey that you know, it's amazing.
Yeah. I just have to go watch what's that kid who played in the movie Patriots?
Okay,
Can't remember his
now
name.
this is where you lose me when you start asking me about other
Because it was
movies.
filmed in South Carolina, in Charleston.
Yeah, I don't know. Chat, help them out here.
I'm trying to relate here with you.
Oh,
Anyway.
saw that in theaters? Wow. Yeah, I didn't
anybody-
realize it was such an old movie too. I didn't know.
Are you guys still in trades or no?
I'm holding this
No.
gold trade. Gold shorts.
You're short in gold?
Yes.
All right. Crude oil's also moving. Crude oil's up almost 3% on whatever bad news is happening in the Middle East.
I think Tracy was saying tankers were getting hit again.
Yeah, we had a great guest this morning. Hopefully, if you missed it, you can go back to the channel and listen to the recording. It was really good. Abdulaziz was the guy's name, and he's a He's in the middle of things, and he's an expert. He's super good.
I actually tuned in for that. I caught it. You asked a really great question about the midterms. It was a good question, Jim.
Yeah, well, it's coming up. It's coming upon us. Bonds are also
Sure
down a
is.
lot. 111, 25, 30 seconds. This is looking very bearish also. All right. Well, listen, you guys did a great job as usual. Let's give these two a round of applause, please, for a job well done, deservedly well done. And this afternoon, I think we have Jack, Joey, and Stowe joining us after Tracy's afternoon update, 2 o'clock, to trade the close. So we have a full day tomorrow, this afternoon. Looking forward to that. And one last reminder before we do an edge report, I do want to remind everybody Thursday, set your reminders and your notifications. We have Develop Your Edge, another episode with XYZ. This is part 2. XYZ already did part 1. This is more of an open mic kind of format, live Q&A. We'll cover a lot of ground, but if you get an opportunity to be in the chat, I know a lot of you guys aren't able to get into the chat, but if you are, bring some questions here for XY, and he will answer them, and mostly trading related, I'm going to say. Anyway, sorry about that. That's it. That's all I got, you guys. I appreciate you. Well, I'll see you later on this week, both of you.
Yes. We'll be here.
All right, for sure. Let's do an edge report, and then we'll get to lunch.
All right, Jim. Take care. Chat. Nick.
Later, chat.
Be easy.
See you guys. All right. So a little confusion this morning in the chat. I wanted to clear it up. Tracy mentioned a crack spread. There's also a crush spread. So let's talk about them both really quickly here. And they're all really good markets to think about. So she talked about this 3-2-1 crack spread being at an all-time high. And basically what that means is that if you think about how you get raw crude oil, you make stuff with it, right? And two of the products that you would make, among others, they're called distillates. There's a lot of different things you could make from it, but gasoline is one, and then heating oil is number 2. We talk about heating oil, ultra low sulfur diesel all the time, and that's in the CMEs. They've developed these contracts in this ratio, which traders trade, and they trade literally spreads between these 3 contracts, right? And so I got a crude oil chart up here right now, just one crude oil chart. I don't have an actual spread chart, but that's why it's called a 3-2-1. You buy 3 crude oil contracts, sell 2 gasoline contracts, sell 1 heating oil, or vice versa, depending if you want to be long the spread or short the spread. When crack spreads are at all-time highs, which they are, Tracy pointed out this morning, refineries are making more money. It could be any of these 4 things, include all of these 4 things also. Fuel demand is very strong. Refineries may increase production. Supply disruptions may be occurring. So, having said that, that's energy related, right? This is crude oil related, this crack spread. And we'll get to the soybeans in a second, but I do want to point out right now we have, and I do have Salma's, Mike Burke and Salma are putting together an indicator that you could use to lay on your charts right now. So I'm experimenting with them. You're going to see them on the side here. And these are really they kind of just point out previous milestones, highs, lows, midpoints, all of that stuff. There's a intraday version as well. So this is just on my daily chart here. So you do see some of these definitions, which I'll go over more when we get a chance. But right now we're kind of rallying kind of up here right now on this bad news, and we're breaking new ground above that 8 EMA. That's kind of interesting. Number one, RSI kind of shot up. So this is a definite turnaround. Whether it's long-term or short-term, we don't know. And whether the news is really bad or not, again, we don't know. This was a news-driven thing. And you can see it on the intraday chart really, really keenly here for the August contract. And the initial balance, we just took off, right? And we closed it above the initial balance once by just a tiny little bit, so we do have a single break to the upside. But right now, tiny bit of a sell-off right here. VWAP's pretty far away, so think about that. But that first standard deviation band has been acting nicely as a guide upward. If you think about a path up a mountainside, this is kind of acting that way so far. We'll see if that first standard deviation band of the session VWAP holds true for the rest of the day. I'm looking for a touch down there, and that's pretty close to that one-day max and that high vol level at $70 as well. So let's kind of go back over here and talk about the crush, right? And it makes sense, right? You're crushing soybeans, right? So here's just a daily candle chart right now. 3-2-1 soybean crush. So it's the same concept, the same idea. Buy 3 soybean contracts, sell 2 soybean meal contracts, and sell 1 soybean oil contract. That's the typical spread. And of course, you could do the opposite if you wanted to be, depending on if you want to be long or short the spread. So these three markets are tradable. The hours are a little funky though. Look at the upper right hand side of the screen. I do want to point this out. Sunday through Friday. These are East Coast times. It's 8 p.m. all night long, all the way to 8:45. Then there's a break, a 45-minute break, and then at 9:30 in the morning East Coast time, it kicks in again till 2:20. So an early close, and then there's a gap again until 8 at night. So that's the hours. Be mindful of that if you do decide to trade these things, and then just keep an eye on all the factors that kind of move these things around. So, the tick sizes are all a little bit different. Soybeans is 1250 a tick, and they're quoted in quarter points. That ticker symbol is ZS. ZM is meal, obviously. M for meal, and that's 10 cents per tick. And then the oil down here is 1/100th of 1 cent, or $6 a tick. So they're a little odd, but the CME formulated these contracts. Actually, it was the CBOT, but which is a subsidiary now of the CME. They formulated these contracts. So this typical classic spread, the contract specs work across the board there. So those are the differences between the two. There's a little confusion in the chat this morning. I wanted to point it out. Tracy was talking about the crack spread, the energy stuff. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being part of NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs ups. All of it means a lot to us, for sure. The camaraderie in the chat, best community there is on the World Wide Web. So having said all that, have a great lunch, and hopefully we'll see you again at 2 o'clock.